the light doesn't come on, is that okay?
We go in the back and make sure.
Okay.
Okay, she says it's good.
Okay, welcome. Good morning and welcome to INSA's Spring Symposium. I'll give folks just a moment to settle in. I'm Suzanne Wilson Heckenberg, and I'm the president of INSA and the INSA Foundation. I hope you all enjoyed the networking this morning. A special thanks to SAIC for sponsoring our registration. As you can tell, we have a full room today. I really think the theme will resonate throughout the day. We all know that emerging technologies have the potential to give us an edge in today's complex threat environment. But realizing that potential, integrating these technologies into mission operations at speed and scale is really the challenge. That's what today is all about. Across our panels and keynotes today, we'll explore the obstacles and opportunities ahead, technical, cultural, and operational, and how government, industry, and academia can work together. Before we begin, a few housekeeping notes. If you have team members who would benefit from an event we're having tomorrow, a hands-on experience with AI, in this room tomorrow between 8 and noon, we'll be hosting an AI workshop called AI Foundation Skill Building Workshop. It will be in the conference center. It's gratis for government and military professionals and offers some practical insights into how AI can support national security missions. Now, you'll see some note cards at your table and some pens. I would encourage you to jot down any questions you may have for our speakers. Our INSA interns will be collecting them throughout the day. And I also wanted to mention another housekeeping note. I would like a 5-star Yelp rating on your parking experience here today. And if you do not download this QR code, we will not get a 5-star Yelp rating. When you walk outside the conference center, there are these cards right here. I would encourage you to scan it so you can pay to park if you parked in the parking garage. Now, please join me in thanking our sponsors, Accrete, AWS, CACI, Candace Solutions, Freedom Technology Solutions Group, Google for Government, Intufo, LMI, Northeastern University, Oracle Cloud, SAIC, Salesforce, Seeker, Stealth Communications, Strongbox Cyber Solutions, and Summit Knowledge Solutions. Please join me in a round of applause for their support. We are also pleased to welcome members of the press to today's program. As a reminder, it's being recorded and is on the record. And finally, we hope that you will join us for our closing reception at Grand Cru. After this, Grand Cru is just right around the corner, sponsored by Oracle Cloud. The venue is super convenient. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Jenny McGee, Principal for National Security and Space on the Global Executive Relations team at AWS, who will introduce our morning keynote. Over to you, Jenny.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Suzanne. AWS is a proud sponsor of today's event in support of INSA and the incredibly important work they do to advance collaborative approaches across government, industry, and academia. We are fortunate to have this morning's keynote speaker with us today to set the scene and frame our discussions. Taka Arriga formerly served as the Chief AI Officer and Chief Data Officer at the Office of Personnel Management. With more than 25 years of experience delivering data-driven innovations at scale, Mr. Arriga has helped organizations rethink productivity and unlock new levels of performance. His leadership blends technical expertise, risk management, and talent development. Mr. Arriga was the lead author of the GAO's AI Accountability Framework and is the founder of Soul Imagination, where he partners with public and private sector organizations to tackle complex policy, regulatory, legislative, and operational challenges. Please join me in welcoming Taka Arriga to the podium.
Good morning. I like that introduction a little better. When I was at GAO, when folks were introducing me from GAO, usually people stop making eye contact, like I'm about to audit them or something. Thank you, Jenny. I really want to thank INSA for inviting me today to kick off this year's Spring Symposium. And I want to join all of you in thanking you for hearing about the challenges and solution of integrating emerging technology across governmental functions, specifically in the intelligence and national defense domain where our adversaries are just as eager. As you can see, I couldn't resist the urge of jumping on the bandwagon and having my own AI-generated action figure. ChatGPT kindly added accessories like a laptop, a virtual reality goggle, and a cup of coffee. I thought that was a nice touch. INSA did ask me to title this what the title of this keynote would be. I have to say, I don't usually title my speeches, but I thought maybe something like The Confession of a Heretical Technologist has a nice ring to it. As you can see from this photo, I don't neatly fit in the mold of a typical public sector employee. By that, I mean I'm not standing in front of an American flag, smiling awkwardly like I'm constipated. Don't get me wrong, I cherish the American flag and believe in the American exceptionalism. I've always liked the photo because it represents a touch of out-of-box thinking. That is a necessary element when it comes to emerging technologies. So here I am. Throughout my tenure at OPM and at GAO, I've said things that have made people cringe. For example, some of you may know my background in data science. CIOs usually don't like it when I argue that IT is not analytics and analytics is not IT. If you think about it, emerging technology like AI requires the kind of architectural elements that are often not necessary in enterprise compute. I'm talking about vector data stores or graphic processing units that your typical PeopleSoft or timekeeping system couldn't care less about. Yet so many organizations continue trying to jam a square peg into a round hole and expect novel capabilities deployed frictionlessly. I'm sure many of you can relay how the proverbial valley of death is littered with well-intended prototypes that ultimately couldn't scale. Now, as a former chief AI officer at OPM, I've also provocatively said that AI is not biased. This usually turns a few heads. The term AI bias is like we're blaming an algorithm for things like hallucinations. How dare you, large language model, for not magically reflecting the world that we want as opposed to the flawed reality that we live in. When we say AI bias, usually what we mean is that the data we're using to train these algorithms or drive retrieval augmented generation are just not great. And I think that's the reality of governmental data most days. One very infamous example is New York City's AI-powered chatbot. That's public-facing, that told businesses that it is okay to break the law. Imagine, as a chief AI officer, there's nothing worse than this particular scenario. As a side note, this is one of the reasons that I always have my resume updated. I also passionately believe that AI should be treated as an extension of data and not just as an extension of technology. Jenny introduced me as a former CDO at OPM as well, and that is a reflection that we truly believe the quality of data ultimately will determine the success of something like an AI deployment. But before we go on, I do want to address the elephant in the room. As we approach the first 100 days of the Trump administration, we have seen an extraordinary reshaping across every executive branch agency. Even the traditional priorities on national defense, homeland security, and intelligence have not been immune. It is under this dramatic cloud of uncertainties for agencies as well as for our industry partners that we are convening today. For those who have served and for those who continue to serve this country, I say thank you. As a first-generation immigrant, I vividly remember the world order being demarcated through physical means by number of ships across naval fleets, strength of our industrial production capacity, and size of armies. Today, the struggle for geopolitical dominance is happening algorithmically. As we stand today, almost every form of emerging technology, including augmented reality and quantum computing, can be traced back to an AI nexus. Some are even calling this technological inflection a part of the fourth industrial revolution. As I have testified in front of both Senate and the House of Representatives, we are truly living in a remarkable era of algorithmic renaissance. We can now do things that are categorically in the realm of data science just a few short years ago. Take, for example, Google's DeepMind. AlphaFold has been able to identify more than 200 million protein structure in a matter of months, where previously it has taken decades and decades of scientific manual work to identify just 200,000. So DeepMind is fundamentally reshaping our expectation of biology and chemistry research, as well as accelerating the way that we think about pharmaceutical and drug development. Like the Human Genome Project, AlphaFold is bending the trajectory of research and scientific discoveries in a very exciting ways. AI is not just pushing driverless car forward, but also coordinating things like drone swarm capabilities possible. GAO recently issued a science and technology spotlight highlighting these particular capabilities. If you imagine having hundreds of drones flying together in formation, that is not something typically that could be done through manual sort of piloting. On a personal level, I certainly appreciated ChatGPT's ability to come up with a kid-friendly itinerary as I took my family through Iceland and France recently. It is not perfect, right? It was telling me that I should take my daughter and walk 80 minutes away from the Eiffel Tower to enjoy a lunch, which certainly we weren't gonna do. But on our day-to-day lives, we cannot live without AI. Curated Spotify playlists, and then making sure our smartphones are functioning sort of smoothly. Yet I see many executives pray at what I call the temple of wishful thinking. These prayers go something like, I hope my employees are not uploading non-public, sensitive information into browser-based AI services. I see some of you. I hope AI could miraculously sort through our inconsistent, unreliable, and poor quality data. For those that are in procurement, I hope we bought that AI thing the right way. And then for those that are in the technology realm, what do I do with all of these prototypes laying around? Now, it may be a little discouraging to hear that Gartner has speculated more than 85% of AI projects will ultimately fail. Which brings me to a second point. Emerging technology is hard in the public sector. Why? I think for most of you, you may relate to this particular statement. Everyone wants innovation, nobody wants change. And this couldn't be truer, especially my time at GAO, where we were really trying to apply emerging technology to augment the capacity of how GAO auditors can conduct their evaluations. Before we talk about challenges of integrating emerging technology, let's first assume that we didn't put the chips on the wrong bets. Does anyone remember the titanic battle between Blu-ray DVD and HD DVD? Does anybody even still own a DVD player? Remember back in the days, blockchain technology was the talk of the town and was going to solve all of our problems? And remember, and forgive me for phrasing it this way, people running around talking about big data like it's all about the size. Emerging technology in the public sector is hard because we fundamentally don't get to say, oopsie daisy, right? We care about, as a society, we care about civil liberty and we care about democratic values. Unfortunately, government is also layers upon layers of analog processes. And on top of that, government is not in the business of monetizing data. And my favorite is that traditionally, a deterministic world is more certain and comforting than a probabilistic one. We're all familiar with Microsoft Excel, right? We love Excel. It does not change. Zeros and ones, truth and false. If you open it on Monday, it's the same worksheet as when you open it on Thursday. Unfortunately, with emerging technologies like AI, the answer you get on Tuesday could very well be different than the answer you get on Friday. So how do we operate in that probabilistic realm? Especially, for example, in a fraud detection domain, right? If 62% likelihood Taka has committed a fraud, what is 62%? Is that yes? Is that no? What action am I supposed to take on that? So fundamentally, I think a digital revolution like AI will require recalibration of our not only processes, but also risks. In a recent podcast episode of Freakonomics, Jennifer Palka, some of you may know as an author of Recoding America, said that the government really needs more, quote, go energy and less stop energy. The one example that Ms. Palka cited was IRS Direct File. And for those that may not be familiar, Direct File was something that IRS released last year to facilitate, by all account, well-received self-filing tool. And it's not even AI. In this story, she talks about having 6 people at the IRS focused on delivery of the Direct File product, and more than 60 people telling them what they couldn't do. Certainly, this is not the fault of those 60 individuals that are well-intentioned, no doubt thoughtful and thorough, bright and dedicated public servant. The problem is that the ratio of 6 to 60 is the wrong ratio. And that message certainly resonated with me. So, how do we solve the challenges of integrating emerging technology? In my view, the answer, perhaps ironically, lies with governance. And I know some people may think of governance like sandpaper, entirely frictional and meant to slow things down. The key word here is the word good, as in good governance. I certainly don't have all of the answer, but I can share what has worked really well at my time at OPM. First, I think governance must move and evolve at the speed of innovation. AI years, and apparently I coined this, AI years is like dog years, right? You can't have a bureaucracy that comes together once a quarter for an hour and expect to keep advancing capabilities and all the risk associated with it. At OPM, our AI governance structure sort of met under a 2-pizza rule, and we met on a bi-weekly basis. And we treated AI as a team sport. We talked about all facets of use cases, risks, and novel policy issues. We got really comfortable at picking apart reality from aspirations. But most importantly, we were empowered to make tactical decisions so that things are not endlessly looping through and cycle through elevating and push it back down. Secondly, and this goes back to my days at GAO, I was the director of Innovation Lab, and I was being charged to explore the use of emerging technology on many audit use cases. Ironically, as we became more successful, we started measuring our success by saying no to ideas. Now, the reason for that is we did a very sort of in-depth soul searching around how many production solutions can an agency like GAO reasonably deploy and sustain on an annual basis. The answer was 1, right? And it doesn't even have to be AI or any emerging technology. Just any transformative sort of capabilities, how many of that could GAO possibly scale on an annual basis? The answer is 1. So then the question became, what is the point of having 10, 20, 30 prototypes out there that would never see the light of day, right? That to me is probably a manifestation of not a wise use of taxpayers' dollars. So we became very judicious and really conscious about focusing on the right problems. If you think about it, given the excitement around AI and emerging technology, we have a tendency to wield an AI hammer and looking for nails. Not every problem requires AI. As a matter of fact, 9 out of 10 times, at least in my experience, there's probably a simpler solution that don't incur the level of risk or the cost and the sustainment of emerging technology. It also means, as a bunch of data scientists and engineers, we don't take the build it and they will come mentality. As you might suspect, GAO auditors are a bunch of professional skeptics. They get paid to ask questions, especially anything that may smell like a black box. So as we were developing these use cases, we were very mindful of that we don't get to just hand over someone an algorithm to say, dear auditors, this is now your problem. Figure out how to use it, figure out how to sustain it, and figure out how to methodologically align to, at GAO, we live and die by the Yellow Book standards. So we were really conscious about incorporating human-centered design to move backwards to say, data scientists are really good at coming up with a list of fantastical features. Are these really the things that will ultimately help our people do their job better? Maybe, maybe not. But we will never know unless the end users are part of the development process. The third piece here is, I think agency needs to do better on sharing. This was something that I experienced firsthand leading the innovation lab at GAO. When we talk about innovation in the federal government, what we really mean is I do my own thing, you do your own thing, right? We may be duplicatively doing the same thing, but we shall not meet, and we certainly are not allowed to share dirty laundry unless it's learned. I'm not sure that necessarily makes sense. Back at OPM, we were developing one particular AI use cases that was looking at streamlining federal hiring. For those of you that have done federal hiring, you know this is sort of hair-pulling exercise, right? Trying to write the position description, even for sort of templated job, and it's sort of mind-boggling. It's very inconsistent. You have some notion of what you're looking for, and then there's some other sort of job duties that you kind of just copy and paste from other position description. So no wonder we end up with this hodgepodge of sort of hiring experience, and if you're comparing one job description from another, even for the same function, it looked vastly different. So we were looking to apply AI to generate a sort of pre-classify and pre-vetted position description, especially in the 2210 area. It was great. It worked fantastically, and we were in the process of iterating on the user sort of interface and user experience, making sure that it actually served the needs of hiring managers. But guess what? This is not an OPM unique problem. Every agency that has a human capital function, which is all of them, right, has the same challenge. Yet, through no technical barriers, it was very difficult for an agency like OPM to share. Right? I would love nothing more, and I get in trouble for saying this, I love plagiarism. Right? This is not like college where plagiarism is considered a bad thing. I would love to be able to tap into Air Force's GitHub repository. I would love to be able to tap into GSA's GitHub repository. Simply copy and paste, tweak a little bit for my own mission's delivery, and without having to completely rebuild it from the ground up. Sure, there are cybersecurity control, there are assessment, there are continuous monitoring that are likely more bespoke to your individual agency, but we shouldn't have to all start from scratch. So I'm actually very heartened to see the most recent OMB memo on AI that explicitly direct the agency to do better on sharing. And lastly, if emerging technology is going to define our future, let's make sure that we train our workforce well in using them. Now, relative to AI, there's no shortage of open source training contents out there. Just go to YouTube, right? And I think every technical training vendor will have some sort of AI contents, from prompt engineering to the basics of AI. But the gap that I see are training material that are specific to individual agencies. How do you train your sort of employees on the use of, for example, GAO developed internal AI solution? Well, what are the do's and the don'ts? What are the guardrails? And oftentimes, there's no ready-made training content for that segment of sort of population. So I think it's incumbent upon training officers are really thinking about beyond your general sort of topic around emerging technology. How do you carry that forward to make sure that your employees can use that emerging technology in a specific way to meet your agency's agenda? And last but not the least, at GAO, we were very specific in terms of who we were targeting around training. It wasn't the senior leaders. They get it. They drank the Kool-Aid around the importance of emerging technology. It certainly wasn't the digital natives, the sort of early career folks that were coming to the agency. They expect having AI. They lived with it, right? Funny story, my son is 2.5 years old, and he actually picked up a book early in his life and really started swiping, right? I'm like, well, how did you know? First of all, and by the way, son, that's not how that works. At GAO, our training was very specifically targeted at the middle managers, those that hold the sway in terms of deciding whether we take a little bit of risk on incorporating emerging technology or not. And so whether that determines an opening the aperture for researchable question, whether that opens an aperture for the audit scope, those are the target audience that we focused on. Because if you think about it, and I'm willing to bet at every single agency, if you look at your annual evaluation, being innovative is not one of those evaluation criteria, right? It's all about how do you get your job done faster, rigid produce, quality, things like that. So through training and through other incentive, we were very specifically targeting the middle managers. So where do we go from here? If you were asking me that question last year, I would have said, let's look at what Congress can do, right? Even a couple months ago, AI and emerging technology used to have so much energy within the hallways of Congress. I remember talking with committee members, committee staff, really reviewing draft legislation to make sure that we are bantering around intended and unintended consequences. And every committee in the House and Senate had some form of bill governing or promoting the use of emerging technology. Now, if you ask me that same question, I really don't know how much of that will come out of the legislative branch in the next few years. So the road ahead is certainly winding. But let me offer perhaps 3 personal predictions. One is that I think AI is coming out of the hype cycle, right? The novelty of something like ChatGPT, while very compelling, it is starting to wear off. And a lot of organizations are asking questions about measurable value. How is the productivity gained through, for example, your Copilot implementation? Measure against the cost of enterprise deployment. I'd love to have my Outlook emails summarized because I'm very known for not reading them, right? But is that really the end state of AI from a productivity gains perspective? How will agencies scale their AI prototypes? If you take a look at the AI use case inventory over the past few years, you see there are literally thousands and thousands of AI use cases on those inventory. That's great. My next question is, where do we go from here? I believe NASA has something to the order of 800 of them in the first year they had to create their AI use case. So how does that process of scaling work? And how do we make sure that we learn from those prototypes that perhaps didn't see the light of day? And to me, one of the most important questions here, how are the citizens impacted, both positively and negatively, through the deployment of AI? Now, if you get a chance to read the OMB memo, take a look at Section 8. It now directs agency to affirmatively conduct public consultation and feedback process. To me, this is the first of its kind of requirement when it comes to emerging technology. I don't remember if there was any public consultation when email was a thing, or laptop was a thing, or your graphic calculator, TI-82, was a thing, or even when cloud became sort of an exciting sort of inflection point. But with AI in particular, right, I think this administration recognizes that the consequences are so dire, and especially when it comes to benefit education, some of the decisions that the government makes on the citizen, that it really should collect feedback from the users that are most impacted. My second prediction is that even with all the uncertainties, I think the United States will continue to invest in competitive S&T posture. Why do I say that? I see folks like Michael Kratsios and Lynn Parker at the helm of OSTP. And that means we should continue to see sensible policies going forward. Now, the government usually has a pretty bad rap around being slow to adopt emerging technologies. I actually think in the realm of AI, public sector is at the tip of the spear championing the need for transparency, guardrails, and accountability. When I was at GAO, I was a heavy user of AWS. We certainly demanded from AWS team on the level of contract transparency, understanding of the models, and some of these sort of design processes to lessen the black box nature of AI. And we certainly appreciate the kind of coordinated and bilateral dialogue with technology providers. The third prediction is I don't think AI will ever become the Skynet, right? That makes for good Hollywood. But I have to say, I started watching the latest season of Black Mirror on Netflix, and I'm going to moderate my prediction a little bit. Right. For those who may not know, Black Mirror kind of highlights technology that is within the realm of possibilities in the next 3, 5, 7 years. So, I'm going to moderate my prediction a little bit. I do think the future will be delineated by lawyers that will use AI well versus lawyers that don't. Accountants that use AI well versus accountants that don't. Soldiers that uses AI well versus soldiers that don't. Legislators that use AI well versus those that don't, right? Think about it. When email was a thing in the sort of late 80s, there were certainly a lot of folks that says, nah, I'm not sending no electronic mails. I'm going to print everything like a document management. Fast forward today, I don't think I can survive on a day-to-day basis without my Outlook inbox on my smartphone, right? So it doesn't mean it will overtake us, but it does create a responsibility for all of us to use these technologies well. The last sort of point I'll make is that there's a lot of buzz around artificial general intelligence, and I know there are folks from IARPA and DARPA here. I'm certainly interested in hearing their perspective on it. That may or may not become reality. I don't know. There's certainly a lot of sort of research going around. But my sort of call for this room is that through the collective ingenuity in this room, let's make sure that we take reign and shape the future of emerging technology. And with that, I thank you. Happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Taka. And we are going to take some questions. If you have them, there's cards on the table. We've got some of our policy interns wandering around the room. Just hold them up, and they'll bring them up to me, and that's how we'll do the questions today. And I have one to get started. Thank you for first again. And you said during your talk, everyone wants innovation, nobody wants change, was one of the things you said. And so there's a question here. How do you balance risk-taking with sustainable innovation in an organization?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. My sort of perhaps boundary-pushing view on this is that if we're going to adopt digital tools like AI, while there's a place that an analog process might be helpful as a bridging solution, we do need to carve out a space to fundamentally rethink about our process around risk, around your operations. I'll give you one example. As the Innovation Lab was developing a lot of really sort of cutting edge, I think, AI capability, especially for an agency like GAO, I was dumbfounded that the GAO audit report publication process was still very much print-based. If you think about it, GAO report used to be blue, right? It used to be very thick so that the senator can bang against the gavel to say, look what GAO found. And so that was the legacy of GAO's product development. Now, in the 90s and in the 2000s, that went from physical printing to Word document and PDF, but it's still a print-based process, right? And we're talking about AI. So for example, be able to sort through published audit report for consistency of a finding, for sort of the portfolio kind of analysis. And it's really anathema for me that I need to convert PDF back into a digital form so that we can actually do some meaningful analysis. My question was, in 2025, why don't we just start with an HTML rendering of that content? Makes sense. The blowback that I got was unimaginable, right? It's how dare I even utter moving away from PDF. I can argue all sorts of logical sort of arguments around HTML makes accessibility better. HTML makes metadata embedding better. HTML makes you to be able to incorporate interactive content like visualization, videos, and other sort of immersive experience better. Those were all logical arguments, but we were cutting a little close to what people were holding as sacrosanct, right? I'm not saying throwing out the baby with the bathwater, but making sure that we are still carving out a room for some reimagination of those traditional processes. And so the way that we tackle that is we demonstrated how quickly an HTML rendering could be done, in a matter of days, by the way, by 2 summer interns, in a cost-effective way, right? And the sky didn't fall, right? Once you engender that sort of comfort, I think folks are perhaps more willing to then work with you to say, well, how do we then iteratively move forward? But it doesn't start with how do we retrofit AI into a completely analog process. That's probably the starting point, but really making sure that you're carving out a space to reimagine what that process should have been.
Great. Okay, thanks for that. We have another question here. It came in. You've been speaking about AI broadly. Where do you think the most impactful areas for AI are in relation to national security?
Yeah, without getting into areas that I'm not supposed to get into, one of the things that's troubling me about AI is when we talk about AI, we kind of speak in terms of like a Lord of the Ring. Like there's like one AI that rules them all. And I think that's creating a bit of a misconception, at least our perspective of thinking about AI. In my sort of talk, I usually sort of delineate AI into different buckets. One is general purpose AI like Copilot and ChatGPT. It knows nothing about your organization, but it can do some general sort of summarization. You can create PowerPoint and snap a finger. Those are great things. And then the second bucket is around more bespoke agency-developed AI solution, right? Whether that's OPM's position description, whether that's a use case for GAO, it's a very specific, function-specific use case. Now, that to me is a high value, but at the same time, a high risk, because your agency's primary mission is not always necessary to develop these kind of digital solutions. But to me, that is probably where the greatest value resides. And then you have these cost products like Grammarly, like Adobe, where it's very sort of commercially available, but very narrow in terms of their function. The part that keeps me up at night is what I call hidden and surprise AI. Didn't ask for it, right? And when I log into my computer, in the upper right-hand corner, in a flashing, bright yellow, try this AI feature. And this is where I start typing emails to my CIO to say, WTF, what is this? Not that we don't like the AI features, but we didn't know about it. We didn't ask for it, right? So that, to me, presents probably the most sort of latent type of risk, because then now we're scrambling to go backwards to say, who turned this on? How was it turned on? And what is some of the sort of information security posture behind it? So I think in the context of national defense and intelligence, certainly the consequence of that data protection is magnified in the classified world for sure, but certainly in the unclassified world as well. And that extends to many of the support agencies in terms of making sure that we're protecting the governmental function. I mentioned government's not in the business of monetizing data. There's some talk that the large language models out there are actually running out of data to learn from. So we're going to continue to have that friction around availability of data and the protection of that information.
We're getting lots of great questions here, so I'll try to get to some of the most salient ones. Here's a question. What is the toughest nut to crack for U.S. government using AI, and Why, and what would the impact be?
Yeah, this may be an unorthodox response. I think the hardest issue to crack is not the technology itself, right? There's low-code solution, there's sort of ready-made solution. Coming up with a prototype, that to me is the easiest part. The hard parts are all the non-sexy, below the iceberg items around data governance, around your risk management, your privacy management. Especially if you're talking to your privacy officer, they will bang their head against AI to say, well, Privacy Act wasn't written with AI in mind, but AI is not supposed to violate Privacy Act or Civil Rights Act or any of these legacy legislation. So how do we make sure that the interpretations are done in a way that still allows this innovation to move forward, but place the kind of reasonable controls and guardrails around them? That's the hard part, right? I mentioned our governance structure at OPM met at a bi-weekly basis. This was not the speed that OPM was used to moving. We had governance structure that met at best once a quarter, right? And some of these are a once a year kind of conversation. So to make the governance process move at a bi-weekly cadence, it required a lot of pre-homework, discussion, and post-homework in order to make sure that the governance is driving at the speed of innovation. And I think that's hard, right? And so, coming up with a prototype, usually you can do that in a matter of days and weeks. And I can sort of prove that with many of the use cases at GAO. It has taken months, if not years, for those prototypes then to scale. Right? And then you end up creating this sort of bottlenecking of you have a lot of prototype, a lot of excitement, but you can't really use them because we haven't gotten an ATO, or we haven't gone through the privacy assessment, or we haven't gone through many of these considerations, and something was built, right, without consultation, and all of a sudden we're flagging all these risks. Now we're going to ask the development team to sort of step back and then retread that. And so I think having governance as an accelerator of innovation is logical, but it's very difficult.
Great. Here's another one. How likely is it that governance over AI and this emerging tech becomes preemptive and not reactive? It seems like government typically is only able to be reactive in its tech policy. So how do you get to be more preemptive?
I actually think in this area, government is doing a pretty darn good job of staying ahead of privacy, transparency, accountability concerns. Right, and there's a lot of partnership out there. Stanford University comes to mind, Carnegie Mellon, MIT, for example, that are really advocating for the level of sort of proactive thinking when it comes to privacy, transparency, and accountability. And when I was at GAO, one of my goals was also making sure that we are augmenting the oversight community's capacity to evaluate AI. We're in the business of trust but verify. I'm happy to trust that your AI is performing, but as an auditor, I would like to evaluate. Show me that the governance process is in fact effective. Show me that you have a continuous monitoring framework. Show me that you understand the difference between Model X and Model Y and what they can do and cannot do. Show me that the ATO process is done with data science iterative nature in mind. Right, so those are the questions that the auditors are asking. So I think between governance and oversight, that allows us to continue to sort of think through the sort of implications of AI. And even from an auditor perspective, I think auditors usually get a bad rap to say we do our work retrospectively. In other words, something has happened, somebody has implemented some AI solution. Johnny-come-lately comes in and asks a bunch of questions. But at GAO, we were really trying to push the boundary on this concept of foresight, right? Don't wait till something is done. Perhaps start the evaluation process while something is being built. Partner with the auditees. Another sort of heretical concept to say, no, auditors don't interact with auditees that way. But I actually think be able to course correct while the solutions are being built is infinitely easier and cheaper than implementing something, and the auditors come in and issue a bunch of findings and recommendations, right? So at GAO, we were really trying to move forward with the concept of foresight, but also making sure that folks understand this is not an adversarial position between an auditor and an implementer. We're on the same goal here. We want to make sure that every governmental program is effective, economical, efficient, ethical, and equitable. And so, the perspective here that we take is trust but verify, and I think that's an important attribute.
Got two more questions here. The first is, there's a bunch here on governance, by the way, so I'll ask you one. How would you achieve AI governance and oversight when current and recent direction is to adopt AI faster and perhaps not be so worried about controls?
Yeah, I have to say, on a personal level, when EO 14110, which is a Biden-era executive order around AI, was rescinded, I didn't know how the other shoe was going to drop. Nobody really knew, right? Until OMB actually issued its most recent memo, Memo 2521, I believe. And having read through it a couple of times, I actually thought it was a very logical extension of how we should be approaching. So for example, in the previous guidance, it was talking about safety impacting and rights impacting AI. And believe me, I was spending a lot of my time trying to parse the boundary of what constitutes safety impacting and what constitutes as rights impacting. Some are both. But now it still maintains that high impact posture, but consolidated both groups as a single high impact category. I think that's logical. I mentioned the requirements for soliciting public consultation and feedback. I think that's great. There's a section in there that directs GSA to facilitate very proactive and tactical sharing of code data. Now, I'll put an asterisk mark around that, right? Let's hope that we continue to make sure privacy and legal sort of aspects are addressed. But if that can be done, I think a lot of us will agree these kind of data silo has really prevented us from doing our job well. So I think a lot of this is sort of very hopeful progress. It actually codified the position of Chief AI Officer. It maintains the AI use case inventory, and it established the Chief AI Council as another sort of cross-functional entity to coordinate these activities. So I'm very hopeful that the administration will continue to push innovation around AI forward, but not at the expense of civil liberties and privacy. And you see those words sprinkled throughout the documents. Now, I will say, in the face of a lot of these reduction in workforce, not clear to me who will be left to do the work, but that's another question for another day.
Okay. Hey, for our last question, we have a couple in here, and it's a nice segue to our next panel we have, because some of these questions are about China. And the first one is, how can our national security community outpace our adversaries, parents, China, in AI, when we still have many barriers to entry, like the acquisition process and integration and security concerns, et cetera? How can we move faster? And then also on China, how do you prevent AI data being manipulated or altered, especially from PRC and others?
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't have an easy sort of magical solution to this. I mean, that's why we're all here to share idea. A lot of this sort of embargo kind of controls around technology, I have my personal questions around how effective they will be, because a lot of these sort of machine learning research, they originate from academic institutions, and those are all open source, right? It's one thing for us to be controlling the availability of an NVIDIA chip. It's another to make sure that we can sort of bar, Llama or some other models from being used in China or any other adversary. AI doesn't really recognize geopolitical boundary. So, that kind of sort of embargo kind of approach, I think certainly has a place from a policymaking perspective. Remains to be seen the long-term effectiveness of that. If you sort of look at how the Chinese are thinking about AI from a perspective of patent filing, right? I think I was sort of doing some Google search yesterday. The number of patents around that the Chinese government has awarded was something like close to 900,000 in 2023. The United States awarded about 300,000, right? Does that mean we're lagging behind? Maybe, maybe not. But I would surmise it's certainly easier, perhaps, when you have a sort of state-sponsored entity that is really trying to drive innovation but perhaps deprioritizing civil liberties and due process and things like that. So I go back to my point of good governance, right? We need to succeed in spite of the democratic value that we cherish. And you do that through agile governance, making sure that those reviews are done at the speed of the sort of accelerating innovation. I don't think the future that we aspire is for the United States to become like China, where we are accelerating technology at all costs to the detriment of our civil society.
Well, Taka, thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, please, for Taka this morning? And so we'll transition a little bit here. We have a panel that'll be coming up to the stage. And while that occurs, I will once again say good morning. And for those of you who don't know me, my name is John Doyen. I'm the Executive Vice President of INSA, and we are really glad that everyone is here and the house is full for our program today. For our next panel, I would like to make one note. We are not recording this panel. All of our other activities or parts of today's agenda are recorded, and you can see those on the web. But while we're not going to film and record this, it is on the record, so you're free to make notes as you wish. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Seeker, who's sponsoring our panel this morning, and all that they do for the national security mission. And with that, I'm going to. Insider threat is one of INSA's policy councils. All our councils are open to INSA members. If you want to hear more about that, talk to me or Bishop or want someone else on the INSA team at the break. We're going to take 15 minutes for the break. Thank you to Freedom Technology Consulting Group for the refreshments that are out in the hallway. We'll get back here at 11:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The program is about to begin.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody had a chance to recharge during the break. I'm Mike Stahala, Regional Vice President for U.S. National Security for Salesforce National Security. Salesforce National Security, a wholly owned subsidiary of Salesforce, is dedicated to our national security customers. We empower the U.S. intelligence community, defense, and industrial-based customers to meet their unique mission needs and requirements through true commercial cloud platform and software as a service enterprise solutions that are air-gapped and accredited to meet the unique requirements of U.S. national security. Our solutions provide secure, compliant, agile, and innovative technology that supports the critical work of intelligence and defense professionals, providing them the capability they need on whichever fabric the mission takes them. I'm excited to introduce our next segment, Ignite Rounds. These short TED-style talks offer sharp, compelling takes on how emerging technologies can shape the future of national security. Our speakers bring a range of experiences and perspectives, and I'm looking forward to hearing how they're driving innovation across the community. To lead us through these conversations, I'm pleased to introduce our moderator, Bishop Garrison. Bishop is INSA's Vice President for Policy, a seasoned national security executive, a U.S. Army veteran. His career spans more than 2 decades with leadership roles in the military, presidential administration and campaigns, nonprofits, and the private sector. Please join me in welcoming Bishop Garrison to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First and foremost, I want to take a quick moment as we get settled here to thank our team here at INSA who just have done a phenomenal job in bringing this together. We're talking about a group of a little over 300 folks that registered today, and with Toya, Ali, Peggy, who you've seen moving around the room constantly, all of our interns and our leadership. I just want to personally thank all of them for their hard work and dedication to bringing these types of events together. And to that end, and again, thank you, Mike, and again, thank you to Salesforce and all of our tremendous sponsors for today's event. To that end, we have an incredible line of speakers that are coming up. You didn't come here to hear from me, you came here to hear from them. So, with no further ado, to kick things off, please welcome Rachel Grunspan, DDI Futures at the CIA's Directorate of Digital Innovations. Rachel will address human-machine teaming for intelligence, a glimpse into the future. Rachel, the floor is yours.
All right. Can everyone hear me? Oh, I gotta get my water here. Okay. Thanks. I'm happy to be here today to talk about human-machine teaming for intelligence and talk about all the possibilities that lie ahead for us, especially as we're approaching the age of artificial general intelligence, or AGI, because if it is realized, it will truly revolutionize the intelligence profession. So when we talk about human-machine teaming for intelligence, or just human-machine teaming in general, we tend to talk about it as part of kind of two big categories. You've got the technology, and you've got the data, and then you've got the governance frameworks, you've got the ethics, you've got the security, you've got the policies at the other end. What doesn't get as much of a discussion, though, is getting a clearer understanding of what the actual engagement and the collaboration looks like between the human and the conversational AI and how that actually is going to work. That includes thinking through things like how a team like that would fit into the traditional intelligence cycle or not, and that it may be a building block to a much larger system that's going to take place when these things go at scale. All right, first let's level set, though, a little bit for why a human-machine intelligence team could be such a game changer for the larger national security community, let alone our officers. So the theory, and this is not going to be a surprise because we've been talking about this, you're going to have an AI and you're going to have a human that will be able to contribute to mission in ways that far exceed what either one of them could do alone. This tends to take on even more meaning when you're talking about customizing AIs with specific tradecraft or specific expertise, and then also personalizing AIs so that they are complementing the unique needs of individual officers, whether it's their judgment, their temperament, who they work best with. Possibilities are really interesting. So you end up with a team that has kind of a brain power where you have the judgment, the expertise, the intuition of a human combined with the precision and the speed and the more expansive cognitive capabilities of an AI. All right, so let's build on that image of just that one single team. So imagine a vast network of these teams. They're interconnected as part of a larger persistent system. They're intertwined. Each human-machine team in the system, though, has its own expertise or its own domain information, its own tradecraft, its own mission, but it's operating largely independent within this larger entwined system, okay? As these teams go about their work, the system is aggregating and analyzing all of the knowledge that's being created across these teams so that they can all benefit from them. So the output that happens as it's all being collected, it gets pushed back out to the teams across the system, and you have kind of a very fast feedback loop, endless feedback loops of information that continues to build and refine on itself. What results from this, we're actually talking about a new type of intelligence potentially that we haven't seen before. We're talking about potentially creating output called emergent intelligence, or EI, and it has the potential to really revolutionize and enhance mission in ways that it hasn't before. We see this as largely being enabled by the convergence of three things. There's many, but I'll give you three. One, you have these human machine teams. Two, you have enormous quantities of data, many more varieties, whether it's from sensors, whether it's from synthetic data. Again, data. It's just going to continue to get more diverse and larger. And then you have these feedback loops that are kind of integrated everywhere. All right. So not a comprehensive list, but there are a few things that have to happen in order for this all to become true. Right? I'll mention a few of them. Some of them are in our control, some are not, but you can see hints of this now in various places. And I need a drink of water, sorry. Okay, first, you have to be able to figure out how to thoughtfully pair intelligence officers with AI and AI with intelligence officers so that each side is able to maximize the contributions of either one so that they come together, greater whole. Second thing, we need to make sure that the environments in which these human-machine teams are operating is rich with detail, rich with information about the dynamic nature of the world, whether it's in these immersive virtual environments or otherwise, and that includes making sure that there are representations of people, places, objects, interactions, you name it. They need to be able to interact in an environment that's going to help them better understand the world that they're going to have to move out into. Okay. All right, second, much of the technology that would enable this actually still has to mature, right? It needs to become more accessible. It needs to become more persistent. It needs to become easier to use. And I'll name a couple of them. One of them is something called large world models, or LWMs if you haven't heard of them. These are able to kind of enhance and maximize the amount of dynamic information that's representing the world. It's a really exciting area. And that's actually what I was referring to earlier when I mentioned the virtual immersive environments the HMTs would operate in. Second, reasoning models. So these are specialized models that tend to solve problems, and work through concepts that are very similar to how a human would use critical thinking to come to some conclusions, right? So when you take reasoning models and you pair them with human officers, you have the potential for ideation and problem solving that could far exceed what we have today and might enable you to enhance mission or not, depending upon which side you're referring to. I'm thinking back to the last panel because I'm still freaked out by it. Yeah, anyway, so there's a lot of interesting possibilities there. And then finally, we need the seamless integration of agentic AI, right? It's autonomous. It can make decisions in complex environments. It can take actions. It's going to be an integral part of this, and I know that's something that probably most of you in this room are pretty well versed in. Okay. At the end of the day, though, what does this all mean for intelligence organizations, especially those that all of us in the room are concerned about? So if the strategic outcome that we're all going for is to create intelligence that is truly, truly novel, truly unique, and most importantly, actionable for mission persistently and adaptively and in real time, then the strategic goal is to build a capability that can do it better than anyone else. The bottom line is that the payoff for organizations that really are willing to reimagine or redo, whatever you want to call it, reimagine their own operating models around the possibilities of AI, in particular, optimizing human AI teams, human AI collaboration, potentially will be the ability to outthink and out-strategize their peers and adversaries across many, if not all, domains. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's a terrific start to this session. Next up, we're going to have Dr. William Corvey, a program manager at DARPA, who will discuss the power of prototypes. Dr. Corey.
I want to talk to you today about the power of prototypes. Tom and David Kelly of the consulting firm IDEO are attributed as being the first to have said, quote, "If a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a prototype is worth 1,000 meetings." Working examples of technology change can cut through potential noise and misunderstanding and can immediately show whether a work in progress could be a viable solution. But today I want to focus on another aspect of prototypes that make them so appealing as vehicles for transition of fundamental research: the breadth of software components that they generate during their development. We can conceptualize the stages of software research and development perhaps as the instantiation first of algorithms into libraries, which are then composed into applications and then workflows, and ultimately into user experiences that become prototypes, which are themselves the basis of potential future capabilities. Under an appropriate research architecture for collaboration, each of these steps along the way can serve as a little bridge over the proverbial valley of death. Whether that valley exists primarily due to a funding constraint, such as timing or adequacy, a mismatch in software maturity versus a mission use case, or a gap in staffing or in training. I'll tell a few war stories from our DARPA program portfolio to show what I mean. A particularly notable example of an effort in prototyping has occurred under DARPA's flagship effort addressing manipulated and synthetic media, the Semantic Forensics, or SEMAPHORE program. The program's overall goal was to detect inauthentic media no matter how it was created, to uncover the processes of manipulation at play, and to say something actionable about the intent behind that manipulation. And to do this across all the modalities of online information, whether text, audio, video, or image, and to show the findings in a user interface allowing for coherent triage, even in the face of complex or ambiguous analytic findings. Practically speaking, the goal was to provide a force multiplier functionality for multimedia forensic analysts, and this goal was achieved to the point of facilitating collaboration with multiple government partners, as well as spinning out commercialization opportunities and broader sustaining collaborations in the nonprofit space, such as with UL Digital Safety Research Institute. However, perhaps the greatest strength of the SEMAPHORE prototype has been not simply its analytic coherence, but its ability to be decomposed. Over the 4 years of the program, around 200 often GPU-intensive analytics were developed to the point of being exercised in the program's evaluation pipeline, making them eligible to appear in an analyst workflow. But given current compute constraints, no analyst workflow will ever run that many analytics. Additionally, with new generative AI models entering the marketplace on a regular basis, the number of analytics will only grow. Therefore, a plug-and-play architecture compiled at the level of cloud computation all the way down to a standalone laptop has become an essential tool for software integration. Modularity also overcomes gradations in algorithmic maturity, as transition partners can activate, deactivate, and substitute analytics dynamically. Finally, due to the complexity of multimedia forensic workflows, relatively few of the final user experience requirements could have been foreseen without extensive user interaction. The ability to present results to the analyst repeatedly has been key to maintaining both technical progress and collaborative momentum. If DARPA's SEMAPHORE has been a study in prototyping through transition, DARPA's KAIROS, or Knowledge-Directed Artificial Intelligence Reasoning Over Schemas program, has been an exercise in tractable technology extension over years of integrative joint development. As an event recognition and forecasting program, the core insight of KAIROS is that the order of events that we observe in the world is not coincidental. Event progressions follow branches of potential realities, and uncertainty about future events is reduced as the timeline along a single branch progresses. Computationally, the data structure along which we observe reality is a graph, and the research output of the KAIROS program has been a set of technologies for imagining or inducing canonical event graphs or schemas, which we then try to match against observed reality in order to postulate what might happen in the future. The generality of this approach lends itself to many end-user applications, and additionally, as multimedia semantic technologies from multilingual understanding to computer vision have matured and become ubiquitous in the research community, KAIROS-like forecasting approaches can increasingly apply to the whole of the online news cycle. The question is how to interact with these schema technologies. Unlike in Semaphore, where one user interface encompassed a number of algorithmic approaches, in Kairos, a single algorithmic paradigm affords numerous user interfaces. Among the most prominent and enduring of these has been SmartBook, an AI-assisted situation awareness report generation tool informed by collaboration under Kairos, as well as ongoing additional inputs from Army Research Lab and MITRE. Each section of the situation report responds to a question by finding answers, called claims, in multilingual news sources and providing the source and the context of the claim. This interface also produces an abstractive summary of each chapter, which is composed by an LLM, where every point made in the summary contains citations to the claim sentences and thereby the source documents. This workflow overcomes well-known hallucination problem, the LLM text generation, while simultaneously informing the LLM output through GraphRag with all the relevant facts. The question answering, claim extraction, and summarization functionalities all rely on Kairos knowledge graphs for their grounding and could easily be integrated into alternative workflows such as LLM dialogue agents. Additionally, a separate but compatible interface allows for efficient editing of the underlying knowledge graphs, rapidly tuning the system's interfaces to match those of domain subject matter experts. Interfaces have also been developed to visualize the progression of events, creating the basis of forecasting capabilities. In this case, the portability of the modeling framework allows for simple extension and integration into additional applications fitting a myriad of user workflows. From even these brief anecdotes concerning aspects of two fundamental research programs, we can sense a broader theme, that adaptive application delivery is central to a transition strategy for capabilities in the modern information domain. The power of prototypes, perhaps most specifically pushing forward the findings of early applied research, is a path of accumulative agile software development. Deliver early, deliver often, deliver decompositionally, and ultimately plan to deliver everything you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Corvey. And I mentioned this briefly earlier. We have a tremendous cohort of interns who have been working diligently to help bring this together and make today a reality. We live in a very dynamic time right now, historically, and they are going to be graduating later this summer. So we ask that you take an opportunity, introduce yourselves, have a conversation with them as they're trying to figure out their next steps in their career, and we want to do everything we can to keep this top-level talent within the IC. So it's really important to us, and I just want to thank them again. With that, to close us out, we have Yolanda Reed, an associate partner at IBM, who will discuss Quantum is Inevitable, Surprise is Not. Yolanda?
Thank you. I'm going to start with a question. Do you remember how you felt the week of November 30th, 2022? What happened around November 30th, 2022? There you go. I was in a Uber, and I was going to my job in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And my Uber driver knew where I was being dropped off at BBN Technology, and he said, "You must be smart. Can you ask me an engineering question? I'm going to put it in this nifty little app that I just downloaded for free, and I'm going to answer you, and you're going to think I went to college." I was surprised because I was in my research program. I'm studying AI. I'm trying to figure out how to do AI adoption for aerospace and defense industry. I'm working in our research and development company, and this Uber driver just told me Gen AI is here. It came early. It came 2 years early. We were smart. We knew it was coming, but we didn't know when it was coming. It surprised us. So we're smart, and we know quantum is coming. And if you didn't know quantum's coming, I'm telling you right now, quantum is coming. And this is your call to action in this room. Do not get surprised by quantum. My hope is that you will leave this room and you'll go get prepared today if you haven't started, because we don't want to find out in our community that quantum advantage has arrived after an adversarial attack on us. If you go to Google and you go do some searches, you will already see, they have the pre-populated questions. How people are asking, will quantum be able to do a lot of evil acts? People are preparing to use quantum. And the question is, are we? The threat is real. And I really would say the real threat is ourselves. We're kind of paused. I have talked to a lot of clients in our community, and when you say quantum safe or quantum ready, they ask, why do I care about quantum? I'm not using quantum. And it scares me. So I'm telling you right now that our data in our community is not protected if you haven't started working on quantum safety. Right now, our adversaries are very active and bold enough to tell us that they are stealing our data and they're storing it. And they know that they can't decrypt it now because RSA is amazing and incredible, and we depended so much on it, but they know with quantum advantage, they will be able to decrypt it. So our data that's being stolen, there's some things we do want to keep a secret 2, 3, 5, 10 years from now, and it's stolen. And they're continuing to steal the data. They're stealing it while I'm speaking. And when quantum advantage comes, some experts say what we got used to would take lifetimes to decrypt will be decrypted in 1 year. Some say a couple of months, and some even are bold enough to say hours. We don't know, because we don't know who's coming first. So we need to start now. We need to decrypt now. If you haven't heard the phrase, steal now, decrypt later, it is an active campaign happening. And quantum is no longer a research project. It is a cybersecurity, an enterprise IT, a business, and a mission risk issue. And we should treat it as such. Many things prevent our community from moving forward. Usually, it's the threat. We don't know the threat. We find out the threat, we're going after the bad guy. We know the threat. And sometimes it is we need guidance. We know the threat, but what can we do? September 2022, NSA released CNSA 2.0 that said that national security systems need to be ready for quantum by 2035, but strongly encouraged us to start early. Fast forward, March 4th, 2025, just recently, CNSS Policy 15 changed the language to say immediate readiness. What has happened in 3 years? Technology. We love it. We love technology. That's our strength. Our systems are faster. Our clouds are better. We have AI accelerating everything. And then we have investors all over the globe that are also investing in quantum, and they're not all in this country. So do not leave this room thinking you have plenty of time to prepare. We are late. I hate to say that our community is late, but while we are waiting on a formal acquisition process, which we know how long that takes, we're late, we're vulnerable, and we're unprepared. So, to avoid the Washington Post test, we need to work with our leaders in government and in industry and make sure they understand our risk profile is escalating. And we need to develop our plan. The good news, I don't like to be gloom and doom. The good news is NIST started in 2016 with a bake-off, and we have algorithms that are quantum resistant right now. The bad news is that with any upgrade to any of our systems, especially legacy systems that we put Band-Aids on for decades, when you upgrade them, things break. So we need to start putting our plan together. We need to put a plan together of how every agency, every vendor, every company, and every entity in our supply chain is going to upgrade to quantum safety. But I have seen the movement, primarily in the EMEA theater and in finance, and I can say quantum safety is achievable with a plan. And this is my recommendation. There's 5 steps. Everybody likes 3 or 5. And there's 5 steps that I recommend. Step 1 is identify what you have, your cryptography. And it takes a lot of time to think through it. Crypto is everywhere. We got very used to our stuff being secure. So our apps, our networks, our identity management, our PKI, our certificates, our hardware, they all have cryptography, and we need to upgrade them all. Step 2, we need to put this plan together and schedule it. What can we do now? What can we do later? There's a top-bottom approach, there's a bottom-down approach, there's a hybrid, there's a mission-critical first approach. Whatever makes sense for you, wherever you are, we need to put the plan together and schedule it. Transition, just be mindful. Transition will be not fun. It will be slow. Be prepared for breaks. When we get to quantum safety and we have all the algorithms installed, it will go slower than what we're used to. But with the risk, that's okay. Step 4 is educate your workforce on crypto agility. So we're not doing this one time and we're done. This is not like Y2K, where we just check the box one time, because what's going to happen is that quantum is going to get better. So we're just preparing for when it comes on the scene, but it's going to get better and better, and we need to update step 5, our processes and procedures, for we can stay secure as a community. The process will take a village. There is no one company that can do this. If they said it, remember what I told you, no company, I talked to them all. It will take years, many years, to upgrade to quantum safety. Think about it. Everything I listed, your keys, PKI, your networks, apps, everything we grew in-house and thought that was a great idea, our hardware, our chips, everything will need to be upgraded. Start buying quantum safe products. Start doing it now. They're available. Our iPhone is quantum safe. And then encourage levying quantum safe requirements on new acquisitions and our supply chains and our partnerships. Start now. Because every opportunity that you get to upgrade to quantum safe responsibly, do it now. And there's help. Like I said, no one company can do this alone as a village. IBM, InfoSec Global, Thales, Sandbox AQ, Keyfactor, NIST, all the cloud providers, and so many others. They all have expertise in a part of the picture. It's a very big picture. No one's journey will be the same. And if you don't know where to start, you can call me. It's just most important just to start. And I also found that when people started and they thought that they can do it on their own and they brought in the third party just to validate their results, they were always surprised by what vulnerabilities that they had that they were unaware of. So don't be afraid to get help. Post-quantum safety is going to improve all our security posture, and it's going to reduce our risk. Although quantum might be a threat, it is also going to be amazing. It's going to shape our society. If you're not using quantum, but our adversaries are, we will see a shift in power. So I encourage you to start playing with quantum labs. There are a lot of things online that you can play with for short periods of trial times, or your company can sign up to do use cases. You can't defend what you don't know. But more importantly, develop the use cases for your toughest problems to be handled with quantum and AI together. Insider threat, biothreat, cybersecurity, warfighting, and battleground assessments, they're all great quantum candidates. Now, quantum predictions range all over the place between all these different experts. But in 2025, many experts are kind of coming to the same conclusion. Quantum advantage can be here between 2027 and 2029. So we don't have any time to prepare. Two things I know. As we learn from ChatGPT, the first to market wins. There are a lot of global companies competing to be first right now. They want to surprise us. So we need to be prepared because it's happening soon. And second, if quantum surprises us like ChatGPT, the consequences are going to be harder to live with. Do not get surprised by quantum. This is America. This is RIC. We should lead to choose how to lead quantum. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda, and thank you to all of our speakers for sharing such fascinating perspectives. Now we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Boxed lunches are available in the hallway, courtesy of Stealth Communications, and we will look to resume programming back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Dr. Sherry Wood, and I'm a senior fellow here at INSA, learning lots with INSA. Thank you, Suzanne, John, Bishop. Appreciate this opportunity. So I hope you all enjoy the networking and lunch, courtesy of Stealth Communications. So we've heard a lot of great insights today, and we're looking forward to more thought-provoking discussions. As a reminder, INSA will be holding a networking reception at the end of the program from 4:30 to 5:30 at Grand Cru, which is just around the side of the building, so you don't really have to go anywhere. You don't have to drive. Simply show your lanyard to get in. And now it is my pleasure to welcome Julia Buffington, Director, Intelligence Market at LMI, who will introduce our next panel. Over to you, Julia.
Awesome. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you to INSA for hosting this outstanding program. LMI is a new breed of digital solutions provider, disrupting the traditional GovCon model and with technology that is ready day one. Driven by mission impact and backed by hard-earned customer trust, we help federal agencies move faster and smarter, delivering where it matters most. Experience and innovation fuel the what, expertise and precision drive the how. Our commitment to our customers means staying ahead of the curve and their mission needs. By leveraging generative AI, cutting-edge platforms, and strategic insight, we deliver real results and meaningful transformation for the U.S. government. The outcome is agencies that are more agile, more responsive, and already ready for what's next. Speaking of what's next, up next is a panel discussion on data to defense, harnessing AI for strategic advantage. We're fortunate to be joined by such a distinguished group of speakers. How many pages? Michael McCabe, Chief Data and AI Officer at the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. Dr. Lisa Costa, former Chief Technology and Innovation Officer for U.S. Space Force and AI Advisor at Seeker. Brian Drake, Vice Chair of INSA's Technology and Innovation Council and Federal Chief Technology Officer for Crete AI Government. Jack Anderson, Principal Consultant, Unit 42, Palo Alto Networks. And moderating the conversation is Teresa Smetzer, Chair of INSA's Technology and Innovation Council and CEO of Smetzer Associates, an independent consultancy dedicated to advancing mission innovation. Teresa has spent more than 30 years leading digital transformation across the intelligence and national security sectors. As CIA's former Director of Digital Futures, she stood up an intelligence outpost to foster partnerships with the private sector, accelerating experimentation and delivering cutting-edge capabilities. So please join me in welcoming our panel.
Thank you so much, Julia, for the introduction. I appreciate it. And for the record, I actually have over 40 years, but who's counting? So I have the honor today of moderating this panel, these great experts. So what we're going to do today is a little bit different. And then instead of saying that AI is really cool and we should be doing more AI, we're going to try to drill down on some of the issues that everyone faces, government or industry, in thinking about AI. The last administration's AI policies really were oriented around managing the risk, which makes good sense, right? Today's policies are all oriented around accelerating AI, breaking through the barriers, busting the bureaucracy that's slowing our pace of AI. So it's quite a different focus. It's early, I would say, to know what that actually translates into in terms of action. The good news is most of the national security organizations have already made progress with AI. And so they've been working on it for some time. And albeit they all do a little different sort of implementations, but we're not starting flat-footed. So there's a lot of success that we can build upon more generally. But the panel today is really going to focus on how to accelerate AI in the processes of data management, mission use cases, sharing of best practices. And so we're going to address things like data tagging, data in transit, and power in AI chips, and AI mindset, and so on. So that's really going to be our focus for today. So several speakers have already mentioned this. The national security community has more data than one could possibly imagine, and it's growing exponentially. I think people have sort of stopped saying that the data is growing and what are we going to do. It's just a foregone conclusion that the data is becoming and more of a challenge. But turning that into timely, actionable insights remains a challenge. So how do we take all this data? How do we manage it? How do we access it? How do we secure it? How do we think about leveraging it in a way that answers a real mission problem? So what I'm going to do to start today is the opening question. So what do you see as the biggest barrier to accelerating AI today? Is it culture, mindset, infrastructure, policy? And what can we do to address that sort of barrier? So I think with that, Mick, we'll start with you.
So thank you. I could pick probably any one of those topics and build into it because they are barriers. I think the number one barrier that we have to get over right now is our processes are built on an analog scale. So, and that's not just the way we do intelligence. I'm speaking for defense intelligence there, security. But the way we do this was thought through and implemented long before we had the capability in terms of algorithms, in terms of data scale, and in terms of compute power to use these tools. So now we have to re-engineer those processes. So I think where we're getting the most traction is using AI and data at scale for things we already know how to do, just make it easier to do. That builds confidence, and that gets adopted much faster than trying to come in and change everything all at once.
Thank you. Lisa, what are your thoughts?
So culture, right? Because culture will bring up, all of the things that prevent us from doing things, as opposed to yes, but, getting to yes. And so we have to have a culture of getting to yes, but it needs to be secure. It needs to be trustworthy. It needs to have zero tolerance for hallucinations, et cetera. And so I would say it's all about changing the mindset of people in using AI, and then also experience of, we do have a lot of processes that are 30, 40, 50 years old, and not implementing AI to just replicate that process. Yes, it will be faster, but maybe that is not the way that process should be done, right? And so it is really, absolutely, I agree with Mick. It's about re-engineering, but it's not just the technical re-engineering. It's the human re-engineering of, moving away from that's the way we've always done things.
So Jack, most of your experience is in the cyber realm.
Yep.
So what are your thoughts on this problem from that point of view?
Yeah, I definitely agree with what's been said. I would add policy into the mix there in terms of the kind of big roadblocks that you brought up. I think especially culture and policy kind of beget one another sometimes. Policies sometimes grow out of cultures, and sometimes policies inform cultures. My experience is all in the private sector, right? I've never been on the cleared side. Keep your secrets at happy hour. But when it comes to implementation of AI, especially where we see it ourselves at Palo Alto Networks as a big cybersecurity vendor, and where we see our customers doing it, data integration and aggregation is really key to driving these outcomes. And when we do work in the public sector, we often run into policies, titles, all these sorts of things that keep data contained and segregated and compartmentalized, I think is probably the flash word for a lot of you here. The more we can break those barriers down and bring data together, generally the more impactful and effective we can be with our machine learning implementations and whatnot. So that's the perspective I bring. I know on your side of public service, in the intelligence community, in the DoD, obviously those compartmentalizations and those titles and all that stuff exists for really good reasons, right? But I think taking a critical lens to it, right? If you want to have those sci-fi level outcomes, if you want to think about our warfighter is to go sci-fi, Master Chief and Cortana kind of a situation, a lot of data barriers have to be broken down for that type of impact to come to bear.
So, Brian, you have both the government perspective from your time at DIA as well as industry. What's your thought on the answer to this question?
I think the biggest barrier is creativity. I worked the counter-narcotics mission for a couple of years, and there were things that we would talk about in the mission space, and we would say things like, well, we could never do whatever, estimate the amount of, cocaine coming across the water. That may have been true with limited national technical means with no other sources available. Today, I'm not so sure that's true anymore. I think we could probably estimate that with pretty high degrees of precision. And one of the endemic problems in the counter-narcotics mission is we lie to each other. And we say, oh no, we're taking everything off the water. Oh, nothing's coming off the water. These are the same people making the same argument, by the way. It just ends up who's in front of whomever. Are they arguing for resources and they say we don't have enough? Or they need more, and it just depends on the appropriator. Anyway, but what I like about this technology in this space is that we have a chance to approach those kinds of really difficult endemic problems more objectively than we have in the past. But we have to be creative about it. We just can't be kind of stuck with well, we just can't do that. What was the reason? Well, it's too much data. Okay, let's take that off the table. It's not too much data anymore. Now what? Oh, then we're going to have to do it. Yeah, you're going to have to do it.
Yeah, I like it. So we're going to shift a little bit and talk about the broad concept of data in transit. Lots of aspects of this idea of data in transit. But we want to try to drill down and get into some specifics, not just talk about generalities. So how are you using machine learning, for example, to reduce the time between data collection and mission-relevant intelligence? Right? That's a big challenge. So what are your thoughts on that, Mick?
So there's been big leaps forward in that recently. It lends itself better to SIGINT and IMINT than it does to some of the other collection devices. But we're using ML and AI at scale to kind of triage the data as it comes in and then promote what needs to be promoted to whoever needs to look at it. That could get better, and it needs to get better because the data is going to continue to increase, not decrease. So having a reliable, validated process to triage the data that we evaluate for intel is a huge component of that.
Great. Lisa, what are your thoughts?
I want to put AI at the farthest edge that I possibly can, right, to where the data is being collected. So if that means in space, and I don't have to now download terabytes of information to a ground station, that's exactly what I want to do. I may not have to download anything to a ground station. I may immediately take action in space or terrestrially based on what is collected from an asset. And that is the same as if we're doing, in SOF, a sensitive site exploitation, right? I want to be able to do all of that, comparison to blacklists immediately and be able to retarget while I still have assets in the field, because I do not want individuals moving because now they've known, that someone was rolled up. So I'm extremely pleased to see the amount of work going on in the AI community, and it's very competitive, and I think competition is incredibly important in this area to move capability to the edge, to the smallest level of device possible, and to be able to use the Internet of Things, right, that's collecting data all the time on all of us, that we can make use of. There's a whole talk I give on third-party data aggregation, right, and ubiquitous technical surveillance. This is a great use case for AI, right, because there's so much data being collected by every sensor that's out there, and all of these sensors together often provide a much more detailed picture of what's happening than if we look at billion-dollar national technical means capabilities.
Jack, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we're already getting there to an extent in terms of really speeding up, how we synthesize data and leverage it for impact in at least the cybersecurity sector. And I think the developments that are being made here are going to come to the rest of the intelligence community. They're going to come to other applications in national security and defense. To talk about what we're doing at Palo Alto Networks a little bit, we have a security operations platform now called XIM, which I kind of consider post-SIM, for those of you who are familiar with Splunk, Microsoft Sentinel, some of the other SIMs on the market. XIM is being talked about as another competitor to those, but really I see it as it's SIM plus all the automation and response that happens afterwards. And all the other vendors are moving that direction as well. So you'll see similar offerings from Splunk and CrowdStrike and all the rest. We're getting to a point where we can ingest data, analyze it in real time, and do cybersecurity incident detection, response, and complete remediation without human involvement at all. We've gotten to a point internally at Palo Alto Networks where we don't even staff our SOC 24/7, 365 anymore. We let the night shift hours go by and have AI handle literally everything because we're confident that we can tag that data in transit as it comes into the system, and then not only detect an incident if it's breaking out, but get it all the way to remediation at that first layer of defense or second layer of defense. And then a human just looks at it in the morning, or if the system believes, hey, we've hit a point where we need human interaction to handle this, somebody's on call, they get a page, and they're on within 20 minutes, right? We're going in that direction because we see threat actors going in that direction and being able to act with that same speed. We took a few examples of cyber attacks that happened several years ago, big ransomware cases, things of that nature. For example, we took one that was broke out over the course of 2 to 3 days. And we knew it was all manual work by the threat actor. And we said, what if we injected AI, whether it's agentic or generative, into their processes to try and speed up what the attacker could have done? And we re-simulated that cyber attack. We got it down to 25 minutes from initial intrusion to complete impact to the organization that was attacked in that space. There's a lot of this in our 2025 incident response report, but we need to move our own goalposts in terms of how we do defense and how we put actionable information in the hands of people who can do something about it and even automate past their decision point, right? So that 25-minute window is now something we can respond to and completely resolve within 30 seconds. We're getting there in cybersecurity. I think you're going to see those developments start to come to bear across everything else that you guys do in the national security space.
Brian?
Yeah, I totally concur. The advances in automation now are changing our business model. So we used to buy data from places that would scrape large segments of data, and then we would curate that so it would extract things that would be sensitive, personal identifiable information or something else. We don't have to do that anymore. We can actually use agents to go out and grab the data we want. It can curate it at the site, so we only pull back what we need to pull back. And then we can have a little flag that says, hey, there is data over here you might want, but we're just going to keep it there, and you might want to pull it back later. So it actually gives us it's more ethical, right? It's a very different turn. Like you were talking about how the Biden administration was kind of writing about ethics and AI ethics. We didn't even imagine this future. And so now we're in a space where data collection can become more ethical, and the application of AI can become more ethical because we're breaking some things. We're trying some new things.
Well, that's a great segue to my next question. That's data in transit, which is the issue of adversarial AI, which is a significant national security challenge. In particular, how can you use AI to validate the provenance of data from wherever it's coming in before you use it in a mission use case where it might be a problem? So what's your thought, Mick?
Lineage and provenance are essential to data that's used for intelligence products or intelligence data products, which is a new aspect of what we're building. So yeah, AI is absolutely essential in that, and tracking, you want to use the term custody, we can use the term custody, but tracking custody on who's done what to the data from the time it's been collected until the time a decision is made, that is absolutely essential in everything we do. We can also use AI to better, easier encryption, decryption when it's in transit and coming out of transit, and monitoring the movement of the data, looking for anomalies while it's moving. So
great.
Lots of ways to apply it there.
Lisa?
Yes, absolutely. Blockchain is absolutely critical, right? If we're in control, right, of the system. But how many people in here have been Intel analysts? Okay, so yeah, there is no one source of truth. People lie, they lie again, and they lie some more. And sensors also, not knowingly usually lie, but they have different levels of validity. And so one of the things that we've really focused on at Seeker is being able to identify the error rates associated and the bias associated with a particular element of data. Because how many times, well, I'm sure most of you, clicking through the channels, you'll hear the same story on different news outlets, and it's like, I don't even think I'm listening to the same story, right? It's completely different. And so being able to understand and identify the biases that each source has is really important when you're aggregating data, and then being able to use large language models and then say, this is how I got to the answer. Because right now, there are a lot of black boxes out there, and I always like to say, don't ever accept a black box from a gray zone.
Yep, it's a good point. Jack, what thoughts?
Yeah, it's very salient, and I think that segues nicely into, on the cyber threat intelligence side of things, we have, we tend to use a lot of indicators like IP addresses that are very transient, occasionally really, really high fidelity, but frequently not so much, right? These are things that can be rotated. These are things that attackers can swap out all the time. We see attackers, use new infrastructure every time that they go and do an attack if they're, proactive and sophisticated in what they do. And there's a lot of tools out there that are open source that threat actors can use maliciously to, stand up botnets or other sorts of things to obscure their activity. So when it comes to how we assess threat intelligence and put it in motion and say, hey, do I want to block this range of IP addresses or not? Well, okay, sure, I want to block every IP address that I know is Russian address space. Great, that's easy enough, right? Not relevant for the way my organization does business, right? Do we want to necessarily block this IP address range, which we saw some command and control activity coming from, but it's in AWS because an attacker rented AWS or Azure or GCP or Oracle infrastructure. No, we don't want to block that entire range because we'll take out our cloud infrastructure, right? So having this contextual information and having AI be able to assess exactly what the purpose and nature of those indicators actually is and how actionable they are, that's going to be the next step for us and for the industry in cybersecurity. And really adding that color commentary into, hey, we think this is bad, but do we actually want to block this, or are we going to be counterproductive here?
Ryan, thoughts?
So we have an information operations tool that we sell, and which came out of the music entertainment industry, and we learned a lot about kind of how information moves across the internet and how people respond to it. The psychology is fascinating, but what I think we have to think about in terms of adversarial AI is less about what the algorithm is going to do to our algorithms or our data sets. It's going to be about how it's being used to shape our perceptions of reality. And we're seeing it today with like deep fakes and cheap fakes and things like that. Today we can see these videos and you or I can see it and say, yeah, it's obviously fake. I would say in the next 2 years, you won't be able to tell. You're going to have an algorithm to tell you that it is in fact fake. And the real risk to our democracy is that that lie, and this is the psychology piece of it, that lie, and that's what it is, reaches people quicker, and you are more likely to accept the first piece of information than you are to accept the second countering information. We go to school for this at the Kent School to say, like, this is what you need to look for in terms of locking in bias. Unfortunately, that's just part of our DNA. It's just how we are built. And so our adversaries know that, and so they are optimizing their algorithms to access that very primordial piece of our brain so that we accept their lies and don't question them. That is the risk to our democracy.
Yeah, so just a sheer public service announcement, because I have an elderly mother and I have to deal with her and all of her friends who are scammed all the time. You take this idea and amplify it to the public more generally. It's pretty alarming when you think about it, and the fact that people believe what they read, they don't know, they don't have the tools or the wherewithal to check. So the good news is, I think we're making progress in our community. The bad news is, it's really a societal problem that I think we're all gonna have to kind of think through one way or another.
I'd like to jump in real quick. And
Please.
I absolutely love your example. And when ChatGPT came out, in the first year, the number of social engineering attacks went up 400%. So that's indicative of the fact that, you know, it is about the human element, right? And, you know, what's being talked about is there is first mover advantage, right? And then the longer you take to respond to first mover advantage, you now have given up your advantage. But one of the things we really need to focus on is we've talked about in the community a lot about data poisoning, right? Let's poison the data, or someone will poison our data, and it will mess up our algorithms and sway it, you know, to a different area. We also have to think about code, right, and tradecraft poisoning as well. And so there are very important aspects of understanding things you shouldn't do, right, on the open internet. That perhaps, because we have the largest number of generations in the workforce, and some generations trust the internet more than others, will certainly put information out there that is targetable. And I think that's very important for all of us in, you know, government and industry, is the training of our individuals. And it's at the most senior level all the way to the most junior level of individual that you're exposing critical targeting information on your organization when you're putting information out on the open internet.
Yep. So let's change gears just a minute to go with the idea of collaboration with industry and academia. So I did some quick research last week, and depending on who you believe, there are currently 15,000 AI companies in the US and growing daily. And so it just gives you a sense of the amount of, or the scale of AI innovation. And of course, a lot of these companies are not, wouldn't be of interest or appropriate for the national security mission, but there is a lot of innovation that could actually transfer. Nobody's just thought yet, oh, that could be used for something that would be really interesting. So, you know, the pace is crazy. And so the question is, how can government better engage with industry to anticipate, not just react, some of these emerging data and AI challenges? And to the first order, even just saying, okay, here's an AI company, here's their pitch deck, here's the marketing information. How do you even know that what they're saying is legitimate, right? So more importantly, how do you think we need to move to engage industry and academia more, given how fast AI is advancing?
All right, so I could take that down that specific path of how do we validate and trust it, which is our responsibility, or we could talk more generally about how we can engage better with industry, or both.
You take it both.
You have to master your own validation process. You have to be the domain expert that say, I am taking this data, I am making these decisions via AI, and I accept their output. If you can't get back to the explainability, explainable AI is the key here. If you can't get it past the black box, then it's just a nice demo. I mean, that's really about it. As far as engaging industry better, we're back to some of our other problems of culture and policy and process. We could fall in love with a company. It doesn't mean we can acquire that piece of equipment. We have to go through a process for that. And on top of that, once we do acquire it, it's not guaranteed that we're going to take this piece of software and start running it on our secure networks, because our secure networks run very differently from industry. So I believe aligning our secure networks to be better capable of bringing in outside software capabilities is something that we should endeavor to achieve while still maintaining security. And we can do all the workarounds we want on acquisition. It's still a lengthy process even through the workarounds. So.
Yep, good points. Lisa?
Secure, trustworthy infrastructure. So I was the J6 and CIO for special operations, so all of special operations around the globe. And then I went to Space Force. And you can imagine the difference in war fighting every day and having the budget to do that. And then a mission that had been kind of on the back burner and benign with 35 to 40-year-old infrastructure. And my point was, look, you're not going to run modern AI capabilities on 40-year-old networks. I mean, there's like 9.6 and 2.4 connections, right? You're not doing that. And so one of the things I think is really important is that your AI provider needs to have an infrastructure solution that's as trustworthy as the AI that it runs on, right? And that's something that we've really focused on, is not everybody is going to have that capability to run these algorithms. You want to be able to run these algorithms and not expose them to the dirty internet. And so there is an accessible solution where you can run very high fidelity models. And understanding how to agentize AI so that it's broken up into pieces, and now I can create different agents that go out and operate individually, and they're smaller, right? They don't need to carry as much data and as much algorithmic modeling. So I think that's an important aspect to look for when you're looking at an AI solution.
Thank you. Jack?
Yeah, I think 15,000 AI companies. There's also 3,000 to 4,000 cybersecurity startups out there. There are about 10 or 12 cybersecurity companies that have more than $1 billion of revenue. The market will pick its winners. I don't think the federal government necessarily needs to go engage with all 15,000 of those companies, right? And have your individual liaisons with any of them. But you'll see the ones that accelerate quickly, that see their use cases borne out in the private sector. Again, some of these might be purpose-built for the federal sector, and I would absolutely say, go engage with those, right? But to the extent that you're seeing organizations really take hold quickly in the private sector, when that proof of value is there and it's very rapidly achievable, you'll see it, right? shining example of this in recent years is Wiz for cloud security. They went from zero to hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, about to cross that $1 billion in annual revenue threshold is what's projected later this year. And they're already being acquired by Google. They went to market very rapidly to the top bracket of customers. They went to the Microsofts, the Coca-Colas, the Walmarts of the world and said, does our product stick here, right? And they worked top down in terms of their market capture, which I think is a great lesson also for anybody who's thinking about going to market as a startup instead of starting in that SMB space and working up, start at the top and work down. Because the top will determine very, very quickly if your solutions are worth implementing or not in the most challenging operating environments in terms of digital security, in terms of AI, in terms of all those things. And if you can prove value there, and if you see proof of value happening in the private sector at that kind of pace and that level, that's definitely an organization I would say it's worth exploring what they can do for you. Maybe it's nothing, right? There's all types of contingencies that come with working in the public sector. We've gone on that journey ourselves at Palo Alto Networks, starting out as a firewall company and then branching out into every other aspect of cybersecurity, right? The firewalls took off, was a very rapidly growing business for a while, and then it was, okay, we want to go do everything else, right? Proving that value to our biggest organizational clients was then the signal to the rest of the market and then to the public sector that we've got something to work with here. And you'll see that coming from a lot of the other big vendors in this space as well. I'm sure you'll be seeing a lot of it coming from Google as they integrate with other types of secure services in the space and also bring AI to bear. You'll see the same from OpenAI and Microsoft and all the rest as well. So when you're thinking about interacting with them, I would say let the market pick your winners for you. Again, there will be some startups that are purpose-built for the public sector, and you'll have your own ways of engaging with those. And I think those pathways really already exist and are fairly mature. Let them work through those pathways and come in. But yeah, when the market is signaling that technology is moving in a direction, pay attention because it's going to move very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, good advice. Brian?
I would really like it if the market was selecting down from these folks. But I agree with you, right? I mean, we should. And I'm sorry. I mean, we have proprietary AI. We sell that as products, fine. But there's so many people out there that are just cloning out ChatGPT and creating a company and then just selling what it is. I mean, it's not. It is AI. Go ahead and buy it. I'm not gonna say don't buy it. But there's a road race outside. We do have to appreciate the government has the government has an outsized role in kind of picking winners and losers in this space. So just to illustrate, like if we go talk to a bank as a company and we say, hey, we want to sell you some AI goodness, they'll say, great, who else do you do work for? And if you say SOCOM, Lisa knows this. You say SOCOM, they go, ooh, and they're ready to buy, right? Then if I go to SOCOM, Lisa, and I say, hey, I got this thing to sell you, some AI goodness. And she's going to ask, who do you have? Who has it? And I say, oh, JP Morgan Chase. Ooh, JP Morgan Chase. Right? If they'll buy it and we buy it, right? I mean, it's that kind of logic that operates in the space. So it's kind of like musicians and basketball players. It's like basketball players want to be musicians, musicians want to be basketball players. It's the same kind of dynamic. And you see that in lots of different places. In-Q-Tel is another good example. Like if you ask some folks in venture capital, like who do you make picks on? They say, well, wherever In-Q-Tel went. So if In-Q-Tel picked a company and put some money into it, venture comes behind them. You can see it. And that's because In-Q-Tel is a good process. They go through it, they vet you, they cultivate, they coach, right? And so you're doing all the work for the VC. Why not do that, right? So, but they make mistakes. Right, so government can have that outsized kind of finger on the scale that tips it in the wrong direction. So that's the risk area I'd be worried about in that space.
Yeah. Right, makes good sense. So several of you have mentioned transparency and accountability as particularly key for the intelligence community and national security more generally. One of the things that is a challenge is how can we think about new models for collaboration across the federal government, even beyond national security, so that we can more rapidly learn lessons from other agencies, other organizations who maybe have tackled some things that are relevant to us, but there's no easy way to sort of test that or check on it, right? It's the age-old problem of collaborating and taking time out of the day to make that part of your job when there's a lot. What are your thoughts?
There is, and I believe there's been a lot of improvement in the Intel community at collaborating internally. The big barriers to collaborating outside of the Intel community are security, being a primary one, also oversight. So the way the data that law enforcement deals with right now is something we're going through, and the way they handle that data is a potential problem for us if we don't have the ability to quickly impose our oversight rules on that. So if we want greater government collaboration, a uniform way to implement oversight and implement control of sensitive data like PII or USPI, law enforcement handles that very, very differently than the intelligence community handles that. And unless we got some common rationale to do that, it will continue to be a barrier. I would also say that, have you heard of reciprocity in security? Well, that's a concept, right? And
it's been a concept for a long time.
Where it doesn't scale is no one's implementing their security the same way. I mean, when I was a young soldier in Kosovo, I could not talk to my counterpart in NSA because they had turned off certain ports that we left on, and we had turned off ports that they left on.
Right.
It was that simple. So without a common, and it's going to get worse with zero trust. So as everyone's scaling out zero trust, without common rationales for how they're going to make decisions or assign values to NTK or things like that, this is going to become more of a Tower of Babel, not less Tower of Babel. So emphasizing that ability to collaborate across mission sets has to be something we put thought into and do purposely, or it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's just going to end up being a big mess that people don't want to bother trying to unfold, so they don't.
So you just work independently then?
Right.
Yep. No, thanks. Lisa?
So I actually look at this, so having been a CIO for a long time, look at it as an opportunity to share across barriers that we have not necessarily been able to share previously. And so, for example, Treasury data is a great example. They will never share information with the intelligence community or DoD except, one-on-one sorts of things. The other is the fact that we all call the same things different things. We define them, or we'll call it the same thing, and we have very different definitions. So weapons of mass destruction, if you ask the FBI, it has a completely different definition than if you ask the agency or SOCOM or California State, right? So all of those things do not equal the same thing. Why? Because they want to lower the barrier in law enforcement so that they can prosecute someone for weapons of mass destruction. But one of the things that we've really focused on is creating automated synonyms to identify what the definition is of something that's being talked about, not by people, but the agents themselves. And then when someone does a search from their perspective, they find all of the things. So let me give you one operational example. When we were trying to map all of Osama bin Laden's every 6 points of connection, right? Every child and uncle and brother and sister or whatever. You had to use the very specific, titles, as opposed to, I want to look up Osama bin Laden's family, and literally it finds wives, kids, cousins. So that's the beauty of AI agents, is that some organizations. We're really working on this to help people bridge the gap of things not equaling the same. Let me tell you, if the answer is we have to form a group and we have to create a standard, that's death. That is death now, right? It is never going to work. But incorporating it into your AI from the beginning, that's a really huge force multiplier.
Yeah. Jack, thoughts?
Yeah, I think obviously the public partnerships across both the high side to the non-cleared side, and then extending out into the private sector, it's always going to have these difficulties that you've mentioned, right? But that said, it's not impossible, right? And to an extent, I think AI and machine learning are going to help facilitate some of those things better in the future than we've had in the past, and also, bring visibility. When we do integrate all of these systems, right? All of a sudden, there's more mountains of data than any team of people could look at and make sense of in a quick period of time. We've done a lot of that at Unit 42 over the years. We've done, especially around like big events in the world, right? So we're doing a lot of preparedness with city governments across the US for FIFA that's going to be coming here, for the Olympics in LA in the future. We're doing something right now for the Green Bay Packers for the NFL draft later this week, right? So these are the types of events where lots and lots of security agencies, Homeland, law enforcement, intelligence are coming together to say, hey, here's a really high profile event. We have to make sure everything goes off without a hitch, right? Putting all those pieces together is definitely still going to require a ton of human touch and attention from the right organizations that have the visibility across the landscape of people that need to all be in the same room together. Then bringing in all of those organizations' data behind that and getting it managed in a central way, that's going to get easier. And I think not taking advantage of that capability when it comes down is going to be, why would you leave that on the table? I think that's absolutely one that we need to take advantage of.
Brian?
So I'll do a public service announcement for our former at the DNI. If you haven't seen it already, please take a look at the CSO that's on sam.gov for the data consortium. Two big exciting things happening in that. One is they're trying to create a common data layer for data that we should use in the IC for open source. And they're creating an algorithmic library. So one common spot where we can share data and sell to the government data, but not sell it 5 times over. Now, that might not work with some people's business models in the room. That's okay. There's plenty of opportunity in the space. But I like that because the DNI is assuming a leadership role in a space where they need to set a standard, and they're setting the standard. So it takes a lot of courage to do that in this environment, and I'm very happy to see that. So I think that is a great model for us to move forward and start to say, like, okay, let's stop buying the same thing 5 times. Let's just buy it once, have it one place, let people come and use it as they need to, and pull it to your own on-prem system or your own cloud environment, whatever it is. I think it's a very elegant model because it doesn't dictate what you have to do, but it does provide a framework that allows us to interoperate and talk to one another and share information. I love that. So put in a bid.
Yeah, go check it out. Okay, so let's transition to the last topic, and we'll be a little succinct so we could also answer questions. Looking ahead, AI at scale, that's the topic. So as generative and LLMs more generally grow more and more resource intensive, now we're starting to have to grapple with the reality of managing compute costs and improving algorithmic efficiency and power costs that are associated with the data center issues, which look pretty daunting at the moment. So what's your thought on how to deal with those issues as we're moving forward and leverage generative more in the future?
So large language models and small language models are definitely something that we need to continue to work on. As one of my colleagues brought up earlier, computing at the edge is important to the department. We fought the last war from AWS East, right? We're not going to be able to do that with a near-peer competitor. So we have to be prepared for, degraded, denied, intermittent or latent communications scenarios. So with that in mind, the doctor brought it up earlier, being able to do sub-processing on the sensor before it goes out, and then being able to collect that data at the edge. And when I say edge, I've got two edges in mind. I've got a regional edge, which would be like Japan or Hawaii, and then the tactical edge, which is where the battle's going on. We have to get better at that, better data orchestration tools to be able to move vital information out, to be able to prioritize what needs to move out in a denied environment, better efficiency at running these on the edge. So you brought up better, more efficient algorithms, quicker ways to do it. These are all kind of driving towards that sustained operations at the edge in a denied environment, and we're worried about all of that across the spectrum.
Great, thank you. Lisa?
Gosh, I couldn't agree more with everything he said. I found it really interesting. Jensen Huang gave his keynote in March, and he talked about the fact that their new Blackwell chip, which is not out yet, they had already booked $11 billion, right, of sales, and it's not out. And so,
right.
And that they were already booking sales for their next gen chip that is not out and won't be out for about a year. So I fundamentally think that we are going to come up with hybrid solutions. Everything will not be, big data center centric. We will have to come up with, and it's a good thing, collecting at the edge. We have not made good use of the Internet of Things. We really haven't. There are so many sensors out there, and we could perform a lot of, and I love, it goes back to Lloyd Austin's more places, less spaces, right? We may have a lot fewer bases, right, that can become smoking holes. So I think the hybrid approach where we are able to do things locally, but then move things to a more central location when it becomes, computation heavy is very important, and I think agentic AI is going to move us in that direction.
Chuck?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd agree with that, and I think the efficiency gains are going to come, right? And the people, obviously there's huge costs associated with these things, power, infrastructure, all those kinds of things. As those bills start to come due with kind of this first wave of implementations, executives are going to say, okay, let's make sure I'm really getting bang for my buck, right? When I implement this, obviously it's going to cost me some level of investment. Where do I get that back? We're really attentive to business value with our clients at Palo Alto. We want to say to them, hey, you're now able to do the work of 60 full-time employees with the systems that you've invested now that everything's synchronized and working in an automated fashion, right? 60 is the number of full-time employees whose work we estimate is performed by automated stuff in our own internal security operations suite, right? So, we're making those investments. We're achieving efficiency gains that, yes, there's going to be a power or a chip or some other type of cost going on here. It's got to come back around somewhere. These investments are not just going to be made purely for the sake of making them and absorb excessive costs, especially true now in the federal environment, of course, with the kind of price and cost sensitivity that we have in the current administration. I think that's going to be particularly true. I think you're going to see vendors will go in that direction. They'll say, hey, not only is this a capability that I'm going to offer you, I'm going to offer you an efficiency improvement in some way, shape, or form as well with it, right? Compared to the prior gen of AI solutions, this one's 3 times faster, 3 times less power intensive. How many kilowatts does it take to have AI screw in the light bulb? I'm not entirely sure. But those things will start to come out, and I think that's definitely a direction a lot of organizations are going to move, whether you're applying AI for your HR systems, for your cybersecurity, for analyzing intelligence data as it comes across into the IC and making use of it. The efficiency gains are going to be definitely a point of focus.
Brian?
We're not going to have much choice. I mean, the data collectors incur cloud fees too.
Yeah.
Right. So what they're trying to do is like, and I don't subscribe to this philosophy. I believe that bad data is good data because it tells you things diagnostically. But anyway, what they're doing is on the edge with some of these collection devices, they're taking what we would call garbage, or they call garbage, and stripping that out and then sending you only what you're looking for. Okay, fine. I don't particularly like that approach, but that's just my opinion. So it doesn't matter, I'm on the receiving end of it. I'm just an analytic platform. So I'm buying that data to then process it and then derive an insight. I didn't get a choice. I can go back to them and ask. In fact, we had this situation occur where we had a data collector who was pulling a bunch of stuff from like resumes and things like that, and it was counterintelligence type thing. And so we're trying to figure out like, they were detecting false identities. And I said, well, I'd like to have that list. Oh, no, we delete that stuff. Why? Like, that's super valuable for this client. Well, it would cost us money. Well, yeah, of course it does. It also would gain you money. Anyway,
Right.
it's fine. But that's what I mean, is like that choice, I didn't have any sway over it. I'm just one buyer. I'm not the buyer, you know. Maybe the government might have more sway over that.
So I'm going to take the last question and combine it with a question I got, which was sort of closely aligned. So if you were king or queen for a day, what is the one investment, whether architecture, infrastructure, partnerships, policy, that you believe will help to define the next leap in AI-enabled decision advantage? And what of those, what is one gap that industry should be particularly focused on our behalf, on the government's behalf, I should say? So you're king for the day.
So it may not be king for the day, but the first thing we need to fix is our infrastructure to be able to support this. The second thing behind that is our data. So as one of my colleagues already mentioned, our infrastructures aren't ready to take that leap. We need a smart, robust infrastructure that can scale up and scale back down, both CONUS, regional edge, and tactical edge. We need to be able to do better data orchestration between those networks. So I'm not just talking about more bandwidth and more raw power. I'm talking about smarter network operations, where the network knows that, okay, I've got overload here, but I have excess bandwidth or compute here. It can distribute the work. That's the next big leap that we need to take to enable our operations.
So what can industry do to help with that?
Helping us run our algorithms better, more efficiently, like we just talked about in the last thing.
Right.
Helping us down select data so that we're not chewing on everything every time, so that we can chew on what we need to chew on. And then also helping us with data orchestration in a hybrid multi-cloud environment. And what I mean by that is if I've got data sitting in multiple commercial clouds, and I've got data sitting in on-prem things at the edge or wherever else, how are we going to, orchestrate that data back and forth where we need it, when we need it? When is it more advantageous to leave it where it is and compute it, or when do we actually need to move it back and it becomes cheaper to transport it to the rear? Like, understanding those decisions would be very beneficial for us.
So pulling on a previous speaker, right, which I'm still like scarred for life about, is quantum safety. So maybe we could combine the need for quantum safety with reimagining the infrastructure.
So
it's a little daunting.
Yeah, we've been talking about AI a lot longer than most people realize, and we've been talking about quantum for a little while. I know a lot of people believe it's 20 years out. If it is, then we should be ready to embrace it. If it's not, we should be able to live without it.
Yep. Fair point.
But using AI now, we could get more detailed information on how our networks operate if we look at the right data, and then orchestrate the way they operate to be more efficient.
Okay.
I think we can get there now. We just have to decide to do it.
Yeah. Lisa?
Two things: education, critical thinking, right?
Nobody's rolling on the floor.
I don't know. Because you want people to understand the ramifications, again, of the questions that they ask and where they're asking it, right? And then when they get a response back, you want them to not just take it as the answer, you want them to look at the sources. You want them to understand where it came from. The other piece, though, that I'll say, and we are grappling with this as a country, I talked about the fact that we have the largest number of generations in the workforce, but we're losing generations. Generations that worked during the Cold War, they worked on SDI, they worked on nuclear weapons, and I was trying to come up with an unclassified example, but information operations and influence operations, right? And so we have lost a lot of that capability. I can look at numerous amounts of data and I can say, oh, this is what he's doing. Well, that's because I've spent, a lot of years looking at that data. That's very similar in space, right? You've got experts in space who have literally spent 40 years doing nothing but being hidden in a back room doing math on objects. The average age of a Space Force operator on an operations floor is 28 years old. Mm-hmm. Now, how are we going to have them identify an anomalous activity in space? Well, probably not. So my point is we have forgotten more tradecraft, and that tradecraft is not old or useless or bad. We need to be able to capture that tradecraft in AI so that, we're not having to retrain. We're allowing new generations to come up with their own unique tradecraft that's even more cunning, but also be able to leverage the learnings that we had as we were growing up in the field. So I would pick those two.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off that. I think the ability for AI to deal with unstructured data and tag it, classify it, label it, sort it, filter it, is going to be miles ahead of what any people could do with that data. I had the fortune of going to grad school at Georgia Tech, and one of our professors set up an experiment in our class. He said, one of the greatest, totally raw, legit sources of quote-unquote big data out there is the dump of email correspondence from inside Enron from when they were congressionally investigated for their fraud. There's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of emails. It's dirty data, it's messy data. It does have a little structure to it, right? Sender, who went to, all that kind of stuff. And the experiment he had us do is say, okay, write some rudimentary, Python or R, whatever you want to do, come up with a machine learning model to synthesize this data and see if you can find out anything that was missed about what Enron was up to. And what one of the groups in our class found was that Enron was probably rigging the liquefied petroleum gas markets, which never really got a lot of attention back in that time. But AI's ability to review this data en masse at scale quickly, identify anomalies or sequences and patterns, its ability to do math is extraordinarily compelling, right? And this is something that, a handful of grad students built in a period of, 8 weeks, right? This is not something sophisticated. So, I would challenge all of you to think about, hey, what rich historical data do we have that's untagged, that's raw, it's messy, it's unfiltered? Can we get all of our humans and all of our SIGINTs into a single bucket from 1998 through 2001 and see, hey, could we have found evidence of 9/11? Or do the same thing for 2010 to 2015 and look at something that ISIS might have gotten up to, or some other big event in the world that you thought, hey, this caught us off guard as an intelligence community, or we could have done this better. If there's historical data for you to play with, right, invite the private sector in to experiment on it to the extent that you can make it accessible. Or take those models in-house and do it yourselves, right? Because I think you'll find a lot of promising developments there in terms of the ability to make those realities happen. You see where that capability is going, and then we start applying that for the future.
Right?
I'll do an oblique one. I think fusion energy is where we need to be investing. So if anyone's following this area, about a year and a half ago, we got to a point at the National Ignition Facility. So what this thing is it's about the size of a marble. It's a target of materials classified. But we shoot a bunch of lasers at it and turn it into a sun, basically. And it burns very cleanly, and you can dispose of it very easily. So imagine having the power of a 6 megawatt nuclear reactor right here, and it's about this tall. right? Now imagine I have that deployed in some far-flung area of the world like Afghanistan, and I'm worried about edge compute and how much power I can throw at it. I don't really have to worry about that problem anymore, because now I can have a little nuclear power plant right here, and I can power a whole big cluster with very little transmission loss. Amazing, right? So when we start talking about having that kind of power at the edge of the compute infrastructure, I find that to be worth investing in a different way than just looking at it algorithmically.
Okay, with that, I'm getting the nod, I'm getting the hook. So I think we're going to have to come to a close. I hope you found today's panel useful, and please thank my, my panel members.
All right. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, Teresa, and to all our speakers for a great conversation. We're going to take a quick break. There are refreshments in the hallway, and we will reconvene at 2:15. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Welcome back, everybody. If you'll go ahead and take your seats. Please, we'll go ahead and get the rest of the afternoon started. I hope everybody had a chance to get a beverage and enjoy the break. And we're going to jump in. We're on the final lap here for the conference today. We've got a panel and then a fireside chat coming up. And to introduce our panel, I would like to welcome a long-standing friend of INSA's and one of my best friends, Ron Carback, member of our advisory committee. And Ron is also Vice President, Client Executive at CACI, and he's going to introduce the moderator and our panelists. Ron, over to you.
Thanks, John. Thank you, John, and good afternoon, everyone. And you could call us CACI or CACI just about every day. Somebody asks me, is it one or the other? Our new CEO, or our CEO, is fine with either. So just a little bit more about CACI, a company of 25,000 strong, delivering expertise and differentiated technology that helps our national security mission partners across the IC. And we are trying ever vigilantly to ensure that we are able to innovate and bring long-standing excellence. And we're also proud to be one of Fortune's world's most admired companies. So it's now my pleasure to introduce the Reimagining Technology Acquisition Panel. This topic touches every corner of our community. The question we're all grappling with, I think, this afternoon for this panel is how do we get innovation to the mission, and how do we then do it at speed and scale? So today's moderator and speakers are going to dig into the issues and offer practical perspectives on what needs to change and how we get there. So please join me in welcoming our panelists. Evan Hickey, Senior Advisor to the Chief Technology Officer at CIA. William Mack McHenry, Senior Advisor to the Director and the IC Lead for the Defense Innovation Unit, or DIU. Lieutenant Colonel Jeremy Leader of the Air Force, the Legislative Liaison for the Office of the Secretary of Defense in the Comptroller Budget and Appropriations Affairs area.
And Candace Frost, retired Colonel, Vice Chair of INSA's Cyber Council and from Nightwing. Moderating the conversation is retired Lieutenant General Scott Barrier. Good to see you, Scott, who has recently served as the 22nd Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency. General Barrier is a career intel officer, having served at the 2 at every level from battalion to combat command. So if you would please welcome our panel and our moderator.
Please. So, good afternoon. I am compelled by lawyers and post-government employment restrictions to tell you something. So I'm going to tell you now that I am here as a retired flag officer, private citizen, and a member of the INSA board only. And now you know. But you're probably thinking the name barrier is not synonymous with technology or acquisition. And you would be correct. I just had that conversation with Mark Mullen. But in the last 10 years on active duty, I spent a lot of time thinking about adversary technology. And I spent a lot of time thinking about how to protect our own technology. So I was tangentially around acquisition and technology for my entire career. The panel you see before you today represents the very best of what's happening in the world of acquisition technology today with a whole lot of expertise. So without further ado, what I'm going to do is sling it to my left for each of our panelists to give about a 3-minute overview of where they are in the world of this topic of reimagining acquisition, technology, and reform as we go forward in this new era in a new administration. So over to you.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I feel like I'm amongst friends, especially Mac, who I feel like you're a senior advisor at DIU, but like a part-time senior advisor to Office of the Chief Technology Officer at CIA, because you've been by so much helping us out. About me, so I've been in the Intel community for about 20 years now. I started at NSA, then went over to CIA. Wanted to go overseas, so I moved over to Department of State, did 3 tours, Paris, Belgium, and Iraq. Recommend the first 2 for vacation, not so much the last. Although I was very fit in Iraq and great tan. But I always wanted to come back to CIA, and I had the opportunity to help stand up the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. So Nun Mulchandani was named as the first CTO for CIA about 2.5 years ago. So it was a great opportunity for me to follow Nund there and help implement his vision of a CIA technology strategy for all of CIA. So why am I so interested in acquisition, I guess, is what you're probably wondering. Nund, one of the first things that he asked us to do was to look at innovation across the enterprise of CIA. Not really like good, bad, or indifferent, but just how do we innovate? Because as he says it, we do everything from like shoe phones to enterprise-scaled software. So it's a lot of diverse activity. That gave us, started us down like a multi-year journey of how do we onboard technology just in general. And I would say, from my perspective, as we talk about acquisition today, at CIA we look at it for like from 3 different or 4 different lenses when we onboard technology. There's the procurement executive aspect, there's the foreign ownership control and influence aspect, there's the security aspect of like clearing companies and clearing contractor personnel, and then there's also, of course, a cybersecurity aspect of getting something on the agency data network. There's also another tail to this where it's managing your portfolio and establishing clear priorities to make sure that even if you onboard something quickly, are you onboarding the right thing? And then how do I project my needs out to the solution providers, like the many people in this room? So yeah, really appreciate the time to be able to talk about that here today.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Mac?
Thanks, Scott. Ooh, that sounds boomy to me. I'm Mac. I'm Senior Advisor to the Director of the Defense Innovation Unit. Also lead the IC portfolio. I've been with DIU for about 5.5 years. Prior to that, I was an agency case officer and before simultaneously a Marine Colonel. Double retired from both. I don't think I have to say the same thing, but I'll just, what he said earlier. Yeah, I think it's important to take a step back and say, why are we talking about acquisition? And why are we seeing such a flurry of activity? People are looking at the FAR. We're probably going to redo that. People are coming in behind the Defense Innovation Unit and other entities like that, InQtel, to really get after these problems. And the why is the important part. And the why is because we're in danger of losing our technology edge to peer adversaries. What edge we enjoyed is probably eroded, and that's across the board in artificial intelligence, autonomy, space, you name it. So, and why has that happened? Why have we lost our edge? It's because we've been executing a 1960s acquisition process in 2025 with no consequences. You go back to what made sense in 1960, it no longer makes sense, but we haven't updated. We've chewed a little bit at the edges of it. You know, we've got the Defense Innovation Unit, we've got some of these other things, but we really haven't revamped it. And it's to our own detriment because that process was built for a time when the government had the best technology. We could go to Silicon Valley, which didn't exist at the time, and say, hey, Hewlett-Packard, build this for us. Well, now Google alone outspends the entire US government on artificial intelligence research. And if we can't leverage that and bring that in quickly and put it to good use, we're probably not going to do well in a peer conflict. So that's the why. Now, then we can get a little bit more into the how. Quick background on DIU. 2015, Secretary of Defense Ash Carter said, hey, we've lost the bridge between Silicon Valley, high tech, and the government. We need to fix it. They sent out a small team to Silicon Valley and said, hey, let's start having conversations. We used to have conversations. They went out, they bought the hoodies, put on the vans, got comfort dogs, and started breaking down those barriers. And it was not an insignificant task, but there was a lot of hostility. But we started having conversations. Former Director Mike Brown comes in and says, okay, great, we're having these conversations, but to what end? And what he supposed is that we could take an existing government problem, rapidly run a commercial solutions open to everyone, prototype the solution, and then scale it across government. We call that DIU 2.0. That was successful over 100 times, 100 different production contracts written. Doug Beck comes in as the current director and works with the Secretary of Defense and says, hey, we're having these conversations, we're able to buy things, bring them in quickly to solve problems. Now let's do it at scale. And that's where DIU 3.0, and that's where we are today.
Thanks for that, Mac. Appreciate it. Jeremy.
Well, thanks for having me. Lieutenant Colonel Jeremy Leader. I'm probably wondering why the heck is a legislative liaison invited to this, but I have a very odd, diverse background. Actually, I'm a government civilian with the Space Force as the Deputy Director of the Commercial Space Office. And then on the reserve side, normally I'm a cyber ops officer, but I was pulled into active orders to do this job for a couple of years. So it was a great opportunity, especially to help implement some of the changes we've been working at the Commercial Space Office. One of the barriers is actually how Congress appropriates money. So it's not just acquisition reform; it's also PPBE reform. I think is extremely important to help implement, get that change going forward. I was going to say, there are three constants in life: death, taxes, and acquisition reform. Because we talk about an old system from the Cold War, but there are clamorings of needs for acquisition reform as far back as you look at, as long as there's been government procurement. Even there's a memo in the early 60s from Werner von Braun, the vice president, talking about how he needs special contract authorities if they're going to do the moon mission. So it's the need's been there almost forever, and I think there is a value in perpetually looking at how can we do it better.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jeremy. Candace.
All right. So I'm your technical expertise, a little bit of salt, a little bit of tech, and I'll kind of focus my efforts on where I see acquisition moving on the technical side. I would say I have to do a shout out. My interest in acquisition started with General Barrier when I was put in charge of Intel Support to Acquisition, and one of my members, way back when, Dwayne Hines is here in the audience. So you see how it all comes full circle. So Dwayne at the end is going to grade me on how much I know acquisition now, because we served together about a decade ago. But I would say our challenge isn't always the lack of tools or lack of acquisition support. Sometimes it's a lack of urgency and alignment. And that's selfishness maybe on the business part. It's selfishness based on rice bowls. But we have got to look at, if a mission is operationalized, how can we do that within the acquisition cycle to meet the same needs? So that means trust, speed, and mission relevance. If you can, and some of these gentlemen on the stage here have done a great job of infusing the user all the way up to the purchaser and the decider, having a much smaller feedback loop, I think that's one area in national security that really does need effectively moving faster with emerging technology. The other area with speed is Coy Wen, on behalf of Cyber Command, the J9, he said speed is the new metric for relevance. And so if we look at cyber and emerging technology, we don't have the luxury of measuring things in years. We have the luxury or urgency of measuring things in mere months and sometimes days. And so how we can move that fast is who we partner with. I'm here on behalf of Nightwing, not in my old military uniform or service, but I would say looking at partners that can move at that speed and scale is incredibly important. And the breakthrough capabilities that we continue to focus on, AI, I heard the last panel, rock it out, but quantum, autonomy, we've already mentioned in data fusion. If there is a way that private sector really can be encouraged outside of defense channels to partner, I think the method of OTAs right now is a really great move to move faster, but it's got to be done with trust and accountability. And sometimes people outside the government just don't understand the need for trust, especially we've got some intel professionals on stage here. Trust matters because that equals lives. And the last part I'll kind of talk to is just cultural change, as well as some of the structural reform. Professionals need to take managed risk. Those who continue to serve our government take risks every day on behalf of the operation and mission. So how do we empower them through some kind of adaptive acquisition framework is critically important. So I think we do make a decision with respect to the speed of operations, but it starts with the partnerships of both government and private companies as well.
Awesome, thanks, Candace. So we're gonna tee up some questions here, and the first two that I have teed up, we could probably stay on this for the entire panel here, or even go beyond. And we are well coordinated, so I'm gonna ask Evan first. If you had a blank slate to develop new government acquisition standards and processes from the ground up, where would you start?
Sure, and I would further emphasize Candace's point. I really do think empowering, like there's a big cultural perspective here. So, you know, as we discuss the improvements or the things that I would change, I would say no matter what you do, if the workforce isn't empowered to actually go after that managed risk and actually make a procurement or an acquisition, it's going to fail. We have many ways by which we can acquire new technologies, and we have this like break glass in case of emergency at CIA. Well, why do we keep replacing the glass? You know, like it's like, okay, why doesn't this just become a standard with a threshold that you can deploy? You know, but if I were to change things, definitely simplification of the FAR. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward document, but it's 2,100 pages, so not exactly light reading. It does seem like the FAR 2.0 rewrite that's underway right now is going to be moving in that direction, which I think is really great. For us at CIA, I think that for us to improve our acquisition ability to acquire technology, we'd have to look at like integrated pathways with cross-functional teams, because again, right now we've got procurement executives that should team with people who you know, understand foreign control and ownership control and influence. I think we can do many processes in parallel. So as I mentioned, the cybersecurity, the security, foreign ownership and procurement processes sort of in tandem rather than sequentially. And then finally, I think a big push that we're trying to make is shifting much more to the external rather than the internal. So, you know, the thing that I like to think about is like TSA PreCheck. That is a fantastic service. I opt into this. I pay a little bit of extra money, but I'm cleared. I get to go on a fast path. I feel like there's an opportunity here for us to leverage the private sector to create sort of a fast path and a pre-cleared pathway for people to onboard technology for CIA. But those are just some of the things that I guess we're looking at. But yeah, so that's where I'd like.
I love the TSA pre-check line.
Yeah,
That's catchy. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Mac, ground up.
Yeah, quick question. Is everyone familiar with DIU? Hands? How about the CSO process that DIU executes? The one SecDef just mandated for all software purchases across DoD. Okay, so I'm not going to go into the CSO process, but it'll touch on some of these things. And please see me afterwards if you have any questions. That's what I'm here for. All right, if we're reimagining an acquisition process, what does it need to be? Let's break it into buckets. We want to be able to pull in the best technology, right? So it's got to be open. I'll say all, but I don't really mean all. I mean supply chain, trusted companies, those types of things. Because we want to be able to sort through those and pick the best process, best company, right? The best technology. That's one. Two, it's got to be fast. I mean, the time from capability gap identified to capability fulfilled in DoD is 10 years. Like, think of the technology that you had in your pocket 10 years ago. It's not good. So it's got to be fast. Three, it's got to be secure. And we talk about supply chain. We talk about if we need cleared individuals. We need to know what we're putting into our F-35, what we're bringing into CIA headquarters. It's got to be all those things. That's not that difficult. I mean, companies do this on a routine basis. So maybe we can take from the commercial sector some of these best practices, come up with a FAR that's 15, 20 pages instead of 2,000. The other things we need to look at is we need to look at our acquisition officers and contract officers. Where are the incentives and where are the carrots and where are the sticks? If you come in on time, on budget, do you get promoted? Yes. If you don't come in on time and on budget, do you get promoted? Yes. Maybe if we said, hey, with the POM process, we've got $2 million for this project. If you come in at 1.7, then your individual agency gets to keep some of that and just use it for whatever. So we need to think about the carrots and incentives in any process. Right now, there are none. They're all pointing in the wrong direction. On the first day at Defense Acquisition University, they give you the FAR, which if you printed it out would be head high. And on the second day, they say, hey, if you break any of these, you're criminally liable. So if the FAR is a box, as big as this stage, people are operating right here, right in the middle. I'm not going to take a risk. Why would I take a risk? So we need to think about those incentives and those, I don't want to say punishments because that's a hard word, but the other side of that.
Okay, a 15-page FAR is coming. All right, Jeremy.
In the previous panel, I talked about big data sources. I think you just named one right there. I will say that, yeah, we definitely operate with that spotlight, but that spotlight moves to whatever the tool du jour is. I know OTAs were mentioned earlier. Again, that's just one tool of many. There's times you should use it, times you shouldn't. But I also think that, the FAR is also a resource for to be able to do things if you're just willing to dig into it a little bit. So if I had a blank slate, I will say that this has been tried multiple times before. Actually, the last time that I recall, the 2016 NDAA, when they created Section 804, what we now term middle tier acquisition for rapid prototyping and rapid fielding. That was a blank, like, hey, here's a blank slate, what do you need? It took the department 2 years to actually come up with regulations to implement that law, and those regulations look very similar to the existing DoD 5000 process. So, I know Congress gets blamed for being slow, part of that 10-year cycle, but in reality, the laws are passing faster than the regulations can keep up with. So there's definitely an opportunity there to not be our own worst enemy as we develop those rule sets. So, but I think a blank slate, I would go back to values. Things that we value not only within the department, but as a country, competition, free markets, right? So like the things that I think you have to start with those values, and then you incentivize, like you were talking about, incentivize things that are built around those values. If maybe speed is that value that will at least drive the change, but I think historically, cost as an independent variable has been the primary driver and has kind of put us into that situation that we're currently in.
Okay, thanks. Candace, you're in charge, ground up, blank slate.
Blank slate, I will take a slice of everybody. I'm going to take Mac's point on security and dive into that. I'd flip things a little bit. Of course, from my cyber perspective, I would really try to embed cybersecurity at almost every point, every stage. It should never be a bolt-on at the end. And the other part is testing. If you don't have users as test case throughout, it's just a good idea, but at the very end, then you're trying to teach someone a very complex system, and the user wouldn't be able to have had the experience of a test and learn environment. So I think that part, and also mirroring kind of those dual-use commercial technologies on the outside, if it can work from 0 to 100 with the general public, it should be able to work with our service members. So kind of incorporating that for the real-world conditions into what we're doing would be incredibly helpful.
Okay, thanks, Candace. All right, this is a follow-on question about what's happening now, and I think, Mac, you're probably closer to it than any of us in your current position. But what positives in streamlining in the acquisition processes have we seen since the new administration took over? Like, what's the latest?
Yeah, I don't know, but it doesn't mean I won't talk about it. That's what the administration plans to do with the FAR and other things. That's being closely held. But I think there's some pretty good indicators out there. I mentioned the SecDef's memo on software acquisition, and then you've got the president's executive order on the adoption of commercial technology. The interesting thing is, how many people realize that there's a law that already exists that the government has to buy existing commercial tech if it's out there?
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's a real law. How many people have gone to jail for breaking that law? Yeah. Go back to that incentives and the other piece. So there is a focus. There's a focus on efficiency. If you look at some of the way the government's currently looking at the contracts it's holding, they're going back in, taking a hard look at those. The FAR will be revised at some point. When that happens, I don't know. What I expect, and this is Mac talking as a personal citizen, not as a DIU employee, I think we're going to see a streamline. I think we're going to see a focus on speed. I think we're going to see a focus on commercial adoption. Those three things I expect to be in there. What it exactly will look like, I don't know.
Yes, so I definitely tracking the commercial law. I'm also tracking the Buy America Act, right? So, when you waive something enough and or, back to that cost as an incentive and, all that capability gets shipped overseas to where there no longer is something American to buy. Again, how did we get to where we are? Through a series of choices that we just need to, own, and then maybe we don't give out waivers for that the way we used to if there actually is a capability. But I actually did print out, because I was not going to be able to remember, there are 7 executive orders that have come out since the end of March. So when we talk about, the department, our own regulations getting in our way, I will definitely say this administration is leaning towards action versus inaction. But those 7 executive orders: ensuring commercial cost-effective solutions in federal contracts, ensuring national security, economic resilience, through processed critical minerals, derivative products, restoring common sense to federal procurement, modernizing defense acquisitions and spurring innovation in the defense industrial base, restoring America's maritime dominance. Now, that one has a very specific AOR there, but still there's a lot of acquisition-related, contract-related language in that one. Reforming foreign defense sales to improve speed and accountability, and then the last one, establishing the United States Investment Accelerator. So there is definitely a lot going on in the executive order realm, and I hope, and I am fairly positive that we will have regulation and direction within the department in much less than 2 years.
Great. There will be a test on those 7 executive orders, so I hope you took notes. Okay. Anyone else have a thought on that particular question? Otherwise, we can move on. Okay, let's move on. So this next topic will probably appeal more to the audience than perhaps other questions, so here it goes. What changes to acquisition strategies are needed to create meaningful competition so that non-traditional companies can scale and succeed along legacy primes without compromising reliability or security? Candace, you want to take that one?
Sure. I'll start with competition is the lifeblood of capitalism, and that's a very good thing. But that also means in our government, because we have the Buy America Act and we have a very smaller competitive, we've got to look at the playing field and how we make sure it's not one-sided and just not a straight field up. So I think modular contracting would allow smaller vendors to kind of plug in with very defined outcomes. I know we have done that a lot with the innovation units and some on the technical side, but there are plenty of other environments that are out there, whether you're buying wrenches, screws, parts for just labor that don't necessarily have that kind of boutique nature. And so how do we layer that so the endless security, even though I'm the cybersecurity person, doesn't put up too many hurdles? I think that's a huge big part. It doesn't mean we're going to lower the standard. It just means how do we bring up a capability, maturity, and a mission relevance of acquisition purchasing.
Great, thanks. I'm going to go to Evan next in your experience because I think your organization probably deals with smalls a lot.
Yeah, and Nun's experience in Silicon Valley for 20 years, building 4 very successful startups, and then joining DoD, and then joining us. He's brought a really unique perspective in how to engage and diversify your contractor base. I mean, for us, he's really treating contracts as like seed funding for small startups, right? So like, let's try out smaller companies and startups. Let's engage with them as they prove themselves out. Let's push it down to the lowest classification level possible. As they prove themselves out, let's continue to invest in them. Sort of that modular contracting approach, which I think is great. We're also engaging groups like DIU or In-Q-Tel who do this really, really well. They're out there tech scouting. They have a great lay of the land and market map of solution providers. So I'd say those are probably our 2 focus areas for diversifying our contractor base and
awesome.
Doing that.
Yeah, thanks. Mac, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd like to think about this sort of the barriers. So you're a small company. You've got cutting edge tech. Maybe you come out of DARPA, maybe you come out of Stanford, MIT, something like that. You start a company and you say, hey, I'm a patriot. I want to do business with the government. What are the barriers that exist for you to do business with the government? One, you probably got investors, so they want return on the money. We've got that 10-year timeline that I talked about. So speed to contracting is probably one barrier. But let's get past that. How about security clearances? If you want to do business in the IC, most of the IC problem sets are classified. So you can't even see what the problems are. There's some ways to get in DIU and In-Q-Tel that you mentioned, but you can't even really see the problems, a lot of them. 3, you don't understand how the government buys things. I mean, who do I talk to? We've got these SIBRs, we've got this, can I go down this road? What's an OT? How do I do that? Meanwhile, I've got investors beating down my doors. So I think we need to take these barriers one at a time and address those first. Okay, speed, we can work on with the new FAR. 2, how are we going to get folks cleared? Or are our problem statements really all need to be classified? We worked with NSA for the last couple of years, and the top 10 problems that came out of NSA in the In-Q-Tel brief last week, they were all unclassified. Because there are no classified technologies, or very, very few. There's classified use cases, right? So can we obfuscate what our use case is and still get our problem statements out there? If we want to attract these companies one by one, the government and individual agencies and activities are going to have to overcome those barriers and think holistically about it.
Jeremy, any thoughts on that?
Sure. Back to, I think you described one of the ingredients to DIU's success is short-circuiting the requirements process and getting back to that higher level problem statement, I think is extremely important. And because when you do look at how the government currently buys things, requirements drive resourcing and budgets, and they drive everything else. And sometimes they're written in such a way that drive us to a solution, or they drive us to an acquisition strategy that may look initially good, but then again, when you take a lot of these over all the departments, they're developed for a system and not necessarily a mission capability. More often than not, they all down select to one provider for an indefinite period of time, or 20, 30-year time frames. How do you ever expect competition to actually exist if you're going to do a 5-year contract and then 10-year sole source contracts after that? So Space Development Agency is a great example of changing the center to 3-year centers, to where maybe you don't win this competition, but the window for the next one's already open. So you need to actually have activities that people can actually bid on, and that they're not shut out forever.
Great. We're going to change it up slightly here. We're going to talk about our competitive advantage. And I was asked this question a lot as director of DI. Did we have a technological competitive edge over China, and were they gaining on us? And so this question really comes from the Strategic Edge report that argued that the U.S. has used up the margin of advantage we once owned, and calls for an alternative pipeline outside the traditional procurement system to field emerging tech and speed at scale. Candace, what do you think about that statement?
So I think the report itself is worth actually looking into. I know acquisition can be a little dry. I mean, even we admit it up here. It's not always the most alluring thing, but the Strategic Edge report does nail the fact of urgency, the speed and scale that's definitely needed. But they talk about a 5% set aside. And if that 5% set aside, it allows you to have a viable alternative pipeline. That is a method that I think would tie directly into that mission sponsorship of what someone needs. The other area set aside is a greater part, but it's got to be accompanied by some kind of agile mechanism where the acquisition community can see, okay, how can we touch it? How can we test it? Cyber red team it to death, and then a path to scale. You can always create one bespoke thing, but actually, going outside of just funding a science project, how do we grow this? And I think that's a big part, that if we can meet the needs of that, it would move things along.
Okay, let's just come up the line here. Jeremy.
I'm going to go back to the statement I made about the FAR, where there's actually an opportunity to do a lot of things in there if people really get to know what's in there. I think this is kind of I'm afraid of throwing the baby out with the bathwater on that type of statement, saying just we need a separate path. We already have a lot of paths. Pick your poison. But the 5% set aside, again, and I'm not speaking as a government official here, these are just personal perspectives, but I think that, again, arbitrary dollar set aside is not necessarily the best way to going to solving some of that. I think that leveraging commercial dual-use technology is a better construct, because then if the government isn't there to basically pay for 100% of a product, there's other markets that will ensure that it doesn't disappear.
Got it. Okay, Mac, I know you have an opinion on this. Have we used up the margin of advantage we once owned?
Yeah, I think to a certain extent we have, but that's good. I mean, when you play your best ball is hopefully in the fourth quarter, tied score, right? We have a huge competitive advantage over our peer adversaries, and that's just the nature of our culture. We are competitive. We don't have a tech problem. We have a technology adoption problem, but that's easier to solve. And when you compare a free and open society and how it innovates compared to a closed society, that's not even close. So what we need to do is take advantage of those competitive advantages, speed adoption, do those things, and we'll absolutely come on top.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, agree emphatically with Mac's perspective. I also agree on the sense of urgency from the report. I think we do already have many pathways. It just requires a mindset sort of switch. I think you've all probably worked with a range of contracts officers in your life. You know, some are more mission focused or responsive than others. So I think if we can sort of inspire that level of responsiveness, I think we have many pathways available to us to meet mission needs.
Okay, great. All right, we're going to get to some of your questions here. The first one is titled Speed, Contracting, and Scale. Mac mentioned economics of scale. How do we overcome our current dependence on imported tech without emptying our coffers? And how do we produce American at scale? Mac, to you first.
Yeah, I think in like some ways like that's not really applicable to software. I think when you get into our industrial base, we made a bet as a nation. We said, hey, we can offshore a lot of our industrial base to different places, and that will, change those societies. That turned out to be an incorrect bet, and it arguably to the detriment of our economy. Some countries that haven't done that, Korea, Germany, have been relatively successful with their manufacturing. I think you're seeing with this administration, we're going to bring some of that stuff back. We're talking about bring shipbuilding back, bringing a lot of the automotive stuff back, bringing back that industrial capacity, I think will be key for us being competitive in the future.
Okay, this one is for our good Lieutenant Colonel on stage. What is one major reform that you believe is possible for inclusion in the FAR 2.0 that you hope to see?
Oh, wow.
If you need a lifeline, you can ask for it.
Well, so the issue here is that there's a lot of interesting legislation out there that I can't, lobby for one way or the other. But I just will say that, definitely looking at the intent to make change is there. Now, there's always going to be some unintended consequences for some of these reforms. So I would just, without citing a specific example, I'm very wary of some of those unintended consequences, especially when it comes to commercial and dual use.
Okay, we'll leave that one on the table for right now. Candace, to you. Buying commercial solutions sounds great, but we often have done that and had the cost jack way up. Yep. How do we encourage innovation without penalizing the taxpayer later?
So I think the biggest area is just, oh my gosh, I'm going to go back to the FAR. Using the actual FAR acquisition tools of rapid prototyping. So right now, I did bring a lot of notes just because so many changes have happened so fast. Mm-hmm. But I know that OTAs will use 4022, that's prototype servicing, and then 4023 experimentation. So I was just out at Space Symposium 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about the cost of this is so exponentially large, and the speed of which almost all of it is in the private sector, no longer in the public sector. How do we use that? Well, if you start to use accounting and almost up to fractal math, you're able to see the satellite and the cost of the satellite itself in terms of dollars and percentages. Some of the software used, especially on the cybersecurity side, it meets that funding level with respect to prototype services and experimentation that I wouldn't be able to do without creating my own small business to be able to do these things. So what I would say in that long term is there are some things in the FAR that kind of help at a smaller scale, even though I am all about speed. You've got to be able to use the confines in which we find ourselves right now.
Okay, thank you. Evan, this one's going to you. No pressure. Given the current well-known, very long, slow acquisition process, how do you see the new acquisition process speeding up to allow AI, quantum technologies adopted quicker to roll out, quicker to roll out?
Yeah, well, I would say, again, so that we've received, based on these executive orders, a signal from the White House, from this administration, that they want agility, they want responsiveness. I think we are well on the way towards this path with the executive orders, with the reform to the FAR, and I think they are instilling across the government. That, you know, the recent one, the executive order as recent as last week that came out was for all of government. So there's a renewed focus on efficiency, agility. So I think this is, we are well on our pathway to do that and adopt those tools, which should further help us adopt new technology.
Awesome, thanks. Yeah. Okay, great questions from the audience. Keep them coming, appreciate that. We're going to switch it up now and talk some specific technology. So here's a question about battery technology, microchips, et cetera. What about capabilities like battery technology, microchips, access to critical minerals? How can you reimagine a way to streamline acquiring these given today's challenges? I'm going to go to our Air Force brother here on stage.
Yeah, so I think battery technologies, it was said in the last panel talking about like modular nuclear reactors. I will say, you know, even though the commercial sector does a great job of innovation, that IARPA and DARPA still do great work too. And they need to get credit where credit's due. So innovation can happen in the government still. But there's some interesting opportunities, I think, with, you know, again, it's not just batteries, there's power generation. There are commercial companies that are doing space-based solar power. So there's a lot of interesting opportunities that kind of play into that entire power cycle, that it's not just batteries and miniaturization. I think there's a lot of technology that is around that area that is very interesting.
Okay, Mac, I'm going to ask it another way. Battery tech, microchips, critical minerals, we need them
Yes,
fast,
sir.
now,
Yes, sir. Yes,
more
sir.
of them.
Yeah, I think it goes back to incentives and barriers. Like we have tons of critical minerals. You know, the Salton Sea is full of critical battery technology minerals. Can we get to them? Or what are the barriers? California environmental concerns, those types of things. Those things make those things cost inefficient. How about shipbuilding? Can we revitalize our shipbuilding? Yeah, it's just a question of incentives and barriers on the other side. So if you look at some, you know, where we buy our ships, what ships can come into the U.S. ports, where the technologies for those ships come from. A chip foundry, billions of dollars in startup costs. Are we incentivizing shipbuilding in the U.S.? Yeah, we're starting to. We saw that a little bit under the last administration. We're starting to see it more and more with this administration. I think that's going to be critical going forward because the market will react to those incentives and those barriers going forward.
Candace, we need more battery tech, more microchips, more critical minerals. How are you going to do it?
So how I would do it is, again, we're a capitalist society, and there becomes a point where the free market will determine and set a certain amount that is needed. But that's the beauty of understanding national security in the government. It's not as important, let's say, for the 99.9% of America that, let's be honest, will never know what INSA stands for. But the 1% of us that do, the 1% of America or less, 0.1, that do understand why INSA is so incredibly important, just as those minerals are and batteries are, we're the ones that need to ensure that we're informing our elected officials to either understand and pre-negotiate whether it's a surge contract, to make sure that there is a long-term buying strategy, which doesn't exist right now, and that we continue what the last administration did with the CHIPS Act and encourage the development of that across all of America. I know I'm seeing that right now out at Dulles with all of the facilities that are being built all around. Yeah, so that AI can continue to run as well.
Got it. Evan, your organization's interested in battery tech. How are you going to get bigger, faster, stronger, smaller?
Yeah, agree with everything that the panelists said. I would just say, you know, further say this is, treat it like a strategic infrastructure, treat it like a national security asset. What do we do for like nuclear submarines, right? I mean, we find a way with which to create or procure these things. So I would put it in a special category as well and find a way to get it done.
Awesome, okay.
One quick add, just in terms of like the mechanisms to get this technology faster. I have not mentioned the Office of Strategic Capital. So again, it's not just the government that has to pay for these things and make these large investments like the CHIPS Act. But you know, having the opportunity to give loan guarantees to either companies or those seed funders that then fund those companies. There's a lot of other options that are out there to get resources to those folks.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, if I can riff off that a little
go
bit. Yeah, so the Department of Defense's research and RDT&E budget last year was circa $140 billion. There was $330 billion of venture capital that went into companies last year. The common question I get from companies, from capital, whether that's venture capital, private equity, is what does the government want? You know, if we can signal those markets that, hey, we're ready to buy US-made battery technology, that money will move. It's desperately waiting for some type of signal. So let's take advantage of the private capital that's out there in the United States to go after some of these significant technologies.
Okay, we're going to switch gears here in our final few minutes and talk about DoD and centralization. Centralization could be a dirty word depending on where you're from and what time reference you have, but let's ask this question. What are the potential benefits and drawbacks of centralizing procurement functions within the DoD, and how can we ensure that such centralization does not stifle innovation or responsiveness? Mac, I'm going to go to you first.
Yeah, so we mentioned agility a little bit earlier. We have to be agile at the baseline acquisition level. So you're talking maybe in the different ICs that might be individual offices. You know, they know what they need. They know what they want to buy and what solutions. We've got to enable that, but we've also got to do checks and balances. You know, think about Salesforce. A friend of mine is a Salesforce representative to an individual IC entity. He's talking to 36 different offices and probably will write 36 different contracts for what is an enterprise solution. That doesn't make sense. So how do we differentiate from the speed and agility that we need at the working level and the checks and balances that we need at a higher level? We've mentioned the CTO's offices. A number of IC agencies, DoD activities have created a CTO. But are they using them right? How does a CTO work at a company? Do you think the CTO has sign-off authority on acquisition of technology? Yeah, of course. I mean, why would you have one if they don't have that? Do they set the priorities at the enterprise level for that entity, that company? Yeah, absolutely. Are we doing the same in the IC and DoD? No, we're not. They don't have the acquisition authority. They don't have the checks and balances. They don't have the same controls that they have at a company that would allow them to be effective. So if we're going to have CTOs, which is a fantastic idea, maybe we need to bring them into the acquisition process and give them those checks and balances without stifling that agility we need at the individual office level.
Great. Jeremy, do you have thoughts on benefits, drawbacks of centralizing procurement functions in DoD?
Yeah, in the Air Force they say centralized control, decentralized execution. It's a great saying. I've never seen it work effectively. I think there's value in both. But kind of like in the previous panel when they were talking about compute at the edge versus centralized compute. There's value in both. So I think a federated model makes a lot more sense where when you have to bring things back for some centralized reason, you have that capability, but then you also have the ability to, give out mission command to the people that are closer to the tactical edge to do those types of things that those local CTOs need to do.
Got it. Candace, any thoughts on centralization?
I'll tag on with what Jeremy said. It is a little bit like cloud computing. You can have centralized control but decentralized access. And so if we are looking at a procurement ability to either have like local experimentation, making sure that cyber oversight always occurs, but we can't have the death of innovation, which is the one size fits all.
Any thoughts on that?
We say the same thing all the time. Centralized intent, but decentralized execution. So completely agree. I mean, using that centralized intent to create standards, which should then help produce faster acquisition. Sort of like centralizing the boring stuff, whether it's compliance or vendor vetting or cyber standards, but then letting the innovators decentralized go after their mission prerogative. So yeah.
Okay. One from the audience, and Evan, I'm going to shoot this one to you first. Is there a single technology solution that could be adopted across the IC today for streamlining and cost savings moving forward? single technology solution.
Yeah.
Doesn't say what it's for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the hot topic of the day is AI, and
Yeah.
which can be applied to so many different things. I mean, I think what we're working on right now, while we are looking at specific technologies that we can deploy at CIA, we are also looking, again, sort of the boring stuff, the policies, the procedures, and actually working with other IC agencies and the ODNI on ways that we can do things smarter, which should produce gains for the workforce. So,
Awesome. Mac, your thoughts on that? A single technology solution that could be a game-changing technology?
Nothing jumps to mind. Everybody talks about like quantum zero day, so I could throw that out. That's the time when quantum computers can break existing algorithms. That's going to be pretty important.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy?
I always think back to this book that I read called The Box that talks about the standardization of cargo crates for multimodal transportation of goods. I think it's probably something a lot more logistically basic than some of these high-tech things that we get bombarded with every day.
Candace?
Compute power. Compute is the new ammunition of the future.
I would have asked this question a little differently, and I would have said, what is the technology that will allow us to take all of those wonderful things that NRO does from space, think of all the programs they have, to inject into the oncoming DI program Mars, to connect that program to Maven, to give every combatant commander a single pane of glass situational update on what's happening around the world with all the bad guys that we know. What is the technology that is going to integrate all that Title 50 data at speed, in varying different classifications levels, to be able to deliver to our combatant commanders and to partners around the world? If anybody has that technology solution, please see me afterwards.
Crystal ball.
Any thoughts on the integration of Title 50 with Title 10 outcomes?
Yeah, so
that was not scripted. We're off script right now. So,
it's sensing and sense making. Those are the two things I think you're talking about in a general sense. How do we sense what we need to sense, and how do we make sense of what we've already sensed? It's a lot of sensing. In that understanding, distill that understanding. The technology exists to do that at scale. I mean, we've been talking JADC2 now. I think I wrote an article on it like 3 years ago. Like, the technology has existed to be able to pull in all that data, make sense of that data, and rapidly distill it into something that we can understand on a battlefield or as a combatant commander. I'd say it's not rocket science, but it's partially rocket science. The question is, go back to the barriers of why we don't have it. We've got Project Convergence, Overmatch, the JAKE, when it existed, before it became CDAO, was playing in it. All these are different entities and talking to each other in a limited fashion, and certainly not bringing in our allies to have those conversations. So going back to the barriers, we can do that as a nation. It's just, how do we overcome the barriers to do it?
I think there's some barriers as well, just in terms of business incentives. So when you actually start looking at some of the technologies that play into CJADC2, a proprietary waveform over here can't talk to this thing over here. Mm-hmm. So why was that even ever developed in that manner? Again, there was a business incentive to do something like that. So modular open system architecture sounds great, but without the business incentives to also ensure that companies that are innovating can make money, and don't lose their IP, I think is a balance that we have not figured out yet. But I think that we definitely need to attack the business incentives piece.
Somebody should figure it out. Candace, what do you think? I've seen you frustrated over this before.
Oh, very much so. And now that I'm on the other side and I get to see companies that can do things in multiple ways, it's like, if there were just a way for more companies that have phenomenal technology, especially in whether it's warfighter visualization or different technological methods that they've used to be able to talk to the end users, and having those users as a part of the acquisition decision, it's got to tie in a lot closer together.
Gotcha. And I'm going to put my Title 50 guy on the spot here. If you have thoughts, if you don't, just blink twice.
Blinking twice, aggressively. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, we have a couple of minutes just left in the forum here, and I guess I'll start down on the end with Candace. Let's give us your closing thoughts about this topic and where you think we're going.
So again, I'm going to put the cyber nerd hat on, and just to say that cyber resilience starts and is a part of the entire ecosystem and spectrum of the acquisition community. And so when it's treated like a redheaded stepchild, no offense here, then it will perpetuate. That was a joke. I'm trying, guys. It's late in the afternoon. Let's all be honest with ourselves. This is a rough panel to have late after lunch. But what I would say is it is incredibly important that whether it's the CTO, the CIO, that you have someone that understands the immediacy and the urgency so that Salt Typhoon, any other bad, nefarious actor is not a part of the ecosystem in our systems that we are developing here.
Great.
So one of the phrases that was coined when I was at the Commercial Space Office is exploit what we have, buy what we can, and build only what we must. And we got very focused on the processes that we needed to tackle to make that happen. But I would say that one of the things that we quickly identified was that the processes were actually not the most difficult thing. A lot of it was culture and incentives. So I definitely think that those are extremely important, and it doesn't happen overnight, but at the same time, it does take some continuous pressure. I'm just glad that a lot of senior leadership across the department, as well as the Hill, is willing to accept change.
Awesome, thanks. Mac?
Yeah, going back to that 30,000-foot level, this is a great time, to have this conversation. I've been at DIU for 5.5 years. When I showed up, I couldn't spell acquisition. I still can't spell acquisition, but all the conditions are in place for us to make changes. We've got a peer adversary that's catching up with us, if not caught up with us. We've got an explosion of technology with AI, cyber, quantum. All those things are saying, hey, we can take advantage of it. And there's, looking back at my time at DIU, when I first came to DIU, it was hard to have conversations still with the commercial tech sector. Now they're beating down the government's doors. So this is a fantastic opportunity and a fantastic time to be having these conversations, to be executing. I think in the next year, we're going to see fundamental change on how the government buys things, and that's going to open up the doors for us to leverage that commercial tech advantage that we have going forward.
Awesome, thanks, Mac. Evan, your
Yes,
thoughts?
I agree emphatically with that as well. I think this is probably in my 20 years in the IC, I think this is one of the most exciting times to be in government. I think we are looking at transformational change, not just in our organization, but in many different IC agencies. I see many of the people in this room as part of the solutions and the solution providers for that change. Acquisition is going to play a big role in that. And so, yeah, I'm excited for the next several years.
Awesome. Well, I see Suzanne down there. She's writing me a note saying, Scotty, that was the best panel of the day. Really awesome. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause for our panelists up here. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to all the panelists for such a great conversation here. We've got one more session to go, and as we get our folks mic'd up, and we might do a little bit of, are we going to also do a stage change here? We'll take just a second to remind you about something that was mentioned earlier this morning. I know some people have arrived during the day here. Tomorrow, right here in this space, the INSA Foundation is hosting an AI Foundation Skills Building Workshop. It'll be from 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock. It's gratis for government, gratis for military professionals. It'll offer practical insights into how AI can support national security missions. And while I'm talking about the INSA Foundation, I'll mention also the INSA Foundation every year sponsors scholarships. And the scholarships are currently, the window is open. Scholarships are open through the 23rd of May. The information is on our website. And we're going to be awarding 8 scholarships, 6 undergraduate and 2 master's scholarships, and the total amount is about $60,000. So if you know people who want to pursue careers in intelligence or national security, and that's the course of their study, that's what gets you eligible for competing for these scholarships. So we hope you'll take a look at that, share it with students you may know, and we look forward to awarding those later this summer. And I think we're just about ready to go. Michael's here. I'm going to get a couple thumbs up from some people. Yes, we're good to go. Okay. Thanks for your patience while we get set up for the last session of the day. Here to introduce our fireside chat is Michael Falkowski. Michael is the Director of National Security within Google Public Sector.
Last event of the day. Thanks, John. Good afternoon. Appreciate the introduction, and thank you to INSA for another great event. You guys do a fantastic job through all these. Google remains proud to be a longstanding partner of INSA and really appreciate everything you do for public-private partnerships here. As John mentioned, my name is Michael Falkowski. I lead our national security group within Google Public Sector. For those that don't know, Google Public Sector was established 3 years ago to help Google better support the unique needs of not just the national security space, but the U.S. federal government. And the team that I lead helps our customer missions across 3 primary areas. Resilience, whether we're looking at CONUS or OCONUS use of Google infrastructure and connectivity around the world. Security, leveraging Google's threat intelligence and the cyber defense approaches and technologies that we offer in that space. And this thing called AI. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that. Google's pretty good at that too. So at the end of the day, what my team's role is to help take the things that you use from Google in your everyday lives to make your life easier and the really cool, innovative things that Google develops on a daily basis and bridge those to operate and deploy in the unique environments that our U.S. intelligence community needs to do to thrive and provide that mission lift. So again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And with that, it's a pleasure to introduce the moderator and guest speaker for our closing fireside chat. First, our moderator, Dr. Megan Anderson, is a member of INSA's Board of Directors and the Executive Vice President for Capabilities at IQT. In this role, she is responsible for implementing a strategic roadmap to deliver high-impact technical solutions across the national security community. Megan, we are grateful to have you with us to guide this important conversation. And joining her is our guest speaker, Dr. Rick Muller, the 6th full-time director of the Intelligence Advanced Research Projects Activity, or as you all know it, IARPA. In this role, he leads groundbreaking, high-risk, high-payoff research that aims to solve some of the IC's toughest challenges and provide our nation with an overwhelming intelligence advantage. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Megan Anderson and Dr. Rick Muller.
All right. Thank you for that introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Muller.
Good afternoon, Megan.
It's a pleasure to join you today at INSA's Spring Symposium. I'm looking forward to discussing the ways that IARPA is moving emerging technology forward and sharing it with our audience. All right, so let's jump right in. So as the director of IARPA, you are in a unique position to see what's over the horizon. How does IARPA approach prioritizing R&D investment to ensure long-term technological advantage for the IC?
Thanks, Megan, and thanks for having me here. So there's a lot of technical development and technical acquisition that goes on across national security and the intelligence community. Much of it can be done by just evaluating the latest and greatest and figuring out, is this fit for our needs? Is this something that brings us a new capability? What IARPA wants to do is something that looks a little bit further ahead than that. We want to understand what things constitute an overwhelming technical advantage for the intelligence community. And very often that means doing something that everyone else thinks is impossible. And so that normally involves investing over multiple years at a fairly high level to develop a new technology. This model was pioneered by ARPA, which then became DARPA. And when we were stood up 16 or 17 years ago, it was largely to bring the same types of technical advantage that DARPA brings to the DoD to the intelligence community. We're a little bit different. We are smaller than DARPA. We work very closely with our contacts in the intelligence community. We're not looking to do the most amazing, hardest, impossible thing in the world. We are interested in doing the amazing, hard, impossible things that the intelligence community wants to adopt and further develop. So we work very closely with intelligence community contacts. Very often we are hiring our program managers from those intelligence communities who come with a bee in their bonnet about something really, really hard that they want to develop. And then very often they bring it back to their agencies when they rotate back. So we work closely with our needs. We are proud. We end up transitioning something like 70% of the projects that we run. And so, you know, so those are the types of things that we do to develop new technologies.
That's fantastic. And I imagine the problems people are coming to you with are non-trivial, so you have your hands full looking at that. So pulling on the thread of R&D investing, I come from a related world at IQT where we focus on advancing early stage commercial technologies for national security use. And a lot of what we are trying to do is canvas what's going on in the commercial market to find the best startups that are available that have technologies that the intelligence community can use today to advance their mission. For our organization and for IARPA, tech transition is really critical to achieving success. So what can IARPA funding do to help tech transition for the intelligence community?
Yeah, so you know, technology transition is really, really hard. And one of the things I admire so much about In-Q-Tel is that it complements so well what IARPA does. You know, I like to think that there's this kind of ladder of capability or partners you need to go from where IARPA ends investing in a product to where it needs to get before it is operationally useful. And you know, the Department of Defense is lucky in that they have this very rich ecosystem of people to kind of help with that maturation process. Because of course, there's, you know, very long-standing lucrative businesses that evolve from selling things back to the DoD over time. The intelligence community is much more closely held than that. I think we might be seeing some changes in that, maybe with dual-use technology. But we need all the partners we can get to kind of do that lift from where an IARPA project ends and then to where someone's going to be able to use it in either a commercial application or in some kind of operational use. And very often we are handing off directly to the intelligence community. But you know, sometimes you have great projects that just aren't at the point where someone wants to take it over yet. And so I think we need as many In-Q-Tels and as many different types of partners that can help us with that lift. And you know, there are places like, well, we just saw MAC from DIU. You know, CIA Labs is out there. There are a lot of organizations that kind of help with that technology lift across the intelligence community.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And one of the pieces that we've seen looking at commercial technologies is figuring out to be successful in tech transition, how do you have your end users have a view of the technology as you're going and doing the development? How do you provide it to them to do real-time evaluation and provide feedback before the technology is baked? And then how do you give them enough time to use the technology before they can get it acquired into their building? Building off of the last panels we just heard, that's non-trivial to do that. But a lot of it is thinking about how you keep your end user engaged throughout the project. And I think getting it out of IARPA into other entities or straight into the intelligence community so that there's buy-in throughout the whole process is really important to pull things along for the transition path.
Yeah, and we actually don't start a program at IARPA unless we've got multiple agencies that are willing to stand up and say, we need this technology. And we put them on the government advisory panel for each of our projects. They meet and review the project every 6 months. We're now starting to actually do early transitions to those agencies where, let's say if it's a software product, we'll be releasing software to those partners every 6 months just so they can see it evolve. One of the things IARPA then does is we do draconian down selections. We end up funding a number of people at the beginning of a project so that they can try wild and crazy ideas. And some of those pay off and some of those don't. And as the ones that don't pay off, we prune those down. So at the end of the project, we know we've got several technologies that our IC partners can pick up and continue to invest in so that it makes a difference in their missions.
Yeah. And you're leading right into my next question. As we look at operating in a more constrained environment, efficiency around technology development and capabilities development is really important. So at IARPA, how do you keep that front and center on what you're doing as you look for future year planning?
So what I'd like, I'm not going to claim that we do this well today. Where I would like to go with the organization is through faster, more agile cycles of acquisition and technology transition. And the previous panel was a really great example of how many people are thinking around the important ideas that go around how we fund and acquire new technology. And I think there's a lot of good thinking. People are willing to confront and solve the hard problems around those. When I came to IARPA, I never thought that would be my answer. But the thing that I'd like to turn around and maybe ask you is, I think there's something special that the market brings to these activities. And one of the things that I think In-Q-Tel does that I'm always a little jealous of is that you talk to thousands of new companies every year about their ideas. And I think that just gives you an amazing perspective on what are the hard problems that people are actually trying to solve. We end up talking to a lot of IC S&T leads or operations leads, and we talk about what capabilities they would want. But I'm jealous of your being able to just kind of swim in that sea of new ideas that people are trying.
Yeah, and I think it's a really great point, and that's how we've been able to find a lot of really impactful companies. I think having a good sense of what is available in the startup ecosystem and looking at the trends across the space is very helpful. And I think there's a few things you could take advantage of by doing that. The first is you get to leverage private capital, and the government does not foot the bill for everything you're doing. We have a 40-to-1 leverage model, and 1 government dollar to 40 private capital dollars put into companies. So from an efficiency standpoint, that is really taking advantage of where the private sector is going. But when I look at it from the startup ecosystem, the reason they like working with a model like IQT is we understand what the government's problems are. And that's, as the last panel talked about, a very opaque space, and it's hard to get a good insight into that. But they are always looking for somebody who has a government application to go out and validate the technology, to try it out, to say, does this actually meet a mission use case that I have? And by doing that connecting of the dot with end users in the IC and the companies, they're able to go back to their investors and say, there is a government market behind this technology. And then it makes the whole cycle work because they understand they can pursue their commercial market while also going down a government market.
And there is a little overlap. And very often people, well, I wouldn't say very often, but it isn't rare for companies to hire their second employee under IARPA funding, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah.
And so there is some overlap with the kind of startup space you look at. We are responding to people who respond to our funding opportunities, and so I think there's also an advantage to just surveying a kind of huge swath of what that space looks like.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. All right, and you get to see some tremendous technology at IARPA, so I'm going to dig into a couple of those areas. So we've heard a lot today about AI and machine learning, and IARPA has several programs that have really pushed the envelope on machine learning, such as the Troje AI program. First, can you briefly explain the focus of the Troje AI program and why protecting AI models from embedded threats is a priority for the intelligence community?
Yeah, so a point that I could have made in the last question as well is IARPA works very hard to make sure we're not competing with existing markets. So that, again, we don't do the coolest stuff by, broadly writ. We do the subset of those really important IC questions that are not being met by the broader market. And I think the space of AI safety is one of those that, not that companies, Anthropic's doing a great job at looking at those, but the intelligence community is going to be using AI tools. They're just too powerful. We know we're going to be using these tools. So that how can we use these tools when human lives are on the line as safely as possible? And so Troje AI answered a very central question to that. And so kind of around the middle of the 2010s, there were these series of studies that came out. And the first ones were for image recognition software. And what they found they could do is they could put a piece of tape on a stop sign, let's say, and they could then retrain the image recognition software to view it as a yield sign, or a no right turn sign, or whatever you wanted to. And it wasn't that hard to do. So we called that putting a kind of Trojan horse attack in those AI systems. And what Troje AI wanted to do was understand, well, how do you know that the software you just downloaded doesn't have some compromise in those, right? How do you know that if I'm wearing a smiley face button, I'm all of a sudden invisible to the camera because something's telling me to remove this person from the screen. And what Troje AI did, it did a series of something like 15 or 20 different competitions where we would we would both try to Trojan, we would try to compromise AI and ML software, and then some performers would work on the compromise, and other performers would work on then being able to detect whether they had been compromised. And for some of those cases, something like 90% of them in some of the image recognition cases could be identified from the weights alone, which is really interesting because you wouldn't think the weights would have a pointer there, but I've talked to other AI experts who say, yeah, actually you can deduce a lot of information about recent training from the weights alone there. And so that's what Troje AI was all looking at. Troje AI ended a few months ago, or maybe it's ending soon, but we're right about at the transition of that. And we're looking to kind of other programs that will help us do the same thing. IARPA doesn't have the billions of dollars that are required to kind of train a foundation model. What we want to be able to do is give the intelligence community tools to help them understand when these models are safe, when they've been compromised, and so on.
Yeah. And have the teams decided which directions you'll be looking into next as this program winds down and looking at your next AI capabilities, or is it still under wraps at the moment?
No, I mean, we are looking at, so, Troje AI started before large language models were the norm. And by the end of it, we did our last competition around large language models. And I think what we want to be able to do is understand in the next round, what kind of training SKUs are brought into a large language model that might give unintended consequences. What type of hallucinations are going on? Okay. Do you want hallucinations some of the time? How do you know when a model's hallucinating? And then how can we make sure that those models can be trained on classified data and not spew out that data if you ask them nicely? And if you read the literature in jailbreaking large language models, sometimes it really just takes asking them in the right way. And so we want to be able to understand, again, the IC wants to be able to use these tools when people's lives are on the line. And so if we're going to train it on classified data, how do we make sure that data isn't compromised down the road in a way that threatens our resources?
Yeah, no, that's critical because we need the tools to be safe for the intelligence community's purposes.
And again, we're going to use, right? I mean, we're going to be using them everywhere. So we just need to make sure that we can use them in a way that's responsible and, verifiable, let's say.
And we're seeing from the commercial market, a lot of companies who are, the past 2 years or so, are looking at this seriously of how do you look at the vulnerabilities of the models, including the big model providers. But it is encouraging to see startups who are going out there, their whole business is focused on vulnerability assessments, red teaming for AI solutions, building large language models that you can investigate how things are working inside of them. And looking at this, I think this helps the commercial ecosystem because these tools are getting commercialized out there, but it's also raising the conversation around the safety of the models, which as consumers, we should all be happy about that. But as you look at the IC, the more tools in the toolbox to investigate these areas, the better prepared and the safer these models are going to be for our use. So another area that you say IARPA and people say quantum, this is an area that IARPA has a storied history in. So let's dig into that a little bit. I think everybody in the room is tracking that quantum computing really has the potential to revolutionize a lot of areas, including cybersecurity. So IARPA launched a program to solve error-prone building blocks of quantum computing. First, you have to explain to me what that is, Rick, so we're all on the same page, and then we're going to dig into what that program did.
Yeah, so I actually want to back up a little bit and kind of go through our kind of trajectory to get where we are. So one of the early actually IARPA's first program ever was a quantum computing program. It was called Coherent Superconducting Qubits, I believe. But shortly thereafter, we started a program called MQCO, Multi-Qubit Coherent Operations. And this was one of the really foundational programs that the government did to kind of prove that you could make quantum devices, you could run simple circuits on them, and get the right answer most of the time, which is really all you could do with the capability of the devices at that time. But a lot of the commercial ecosystem today, came out of that original program. We had some of the original trapped ions, ion traps were designed in that program, and Google or the capability that Google acquired, and IBM was an early performer on MQCO as well. But we know that quantum computers make many more mistakes than classical computers. When the first ENIAC, when the first big classical computer, the ENIAC was built, that was already accurate to something like 1 part in 10 to the 15 operations. So they had actually developed theory for how to correct errors and then realized that they didn't need them for those computers. And today's transistors are correct to something like 1 in 10 to the 28. I mean, cosmic rays hitting a transistor are an appreciable contributor to the errors that they make. Today's quantum computers make many, many more errors than that. 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. These are the types. So, kind of the inverse of that error rate is roughly how many operations you can do without making a mistake. And 100 or 1,000 operations on a computer doesn't really get you very far. So we know, first people discovered early on that you can correct errors in quantum computers, and that wasn't immediately obvious because you can't arbitrarily copy quantum information. But people figured out ways to do error correction on these, and the difficulty is that it comes at a large overhead to those expenses. So even for kind of simple error corrections, you're talking about a factor of somewhere between 10 to a 50. And we think for kind of utility scale quantum computing, that could go up to 1,000 or more redundancy that you have to build into those systems to really get the kind of final accuracy you need out of these. So IARPA started a program 8 or so years ago called Logic. So in the vocabulary of the field, we call kind of uncorrected quantum bits, the bits we use on a quantum computer, we call those physical qubits. And what we do when we introduce error correction is we build in redundancy to make logical qubits. And again, that's the logical qubits. That's where you get those factors of 10 to 15 redundancy that you're building in. So what Logic looked at was just can we build logical qubits? Again, kind of like MQCO wanted to do. What's the simplest thing we can test that isn't totally trivial? So can we build logical qubits that make errors less likely? And that's what Logic showed. And now our current program is called ELK, which stands for Entangled Logical Qubits. And that looks at, can we do something with these logical qubits that again, give the right answer at the end of the day? And so what we are trying to do is an operation called quantum teleportation, where you take a quantum state over here, and you do some operations, and you wind up with that state over here. But you want to make sure that you have the right answer at the end of the day. And so ELK, we have a great set of performers under that. We always are very lucky to have great institutions proposing and performing for IARPA projects. And they're really making exciting progress in both. I think so one of the things you want to be able to do in these error-corrected qubits is you only correct errors if since you're building in so much redundancy in terms of operations you need to do, you need a certain accuracy before that redundancy breaks even, before you actually get fewer errors out than errors in. And that's called the threshold of the error correction code. And so Google kind of published the first sub-threshold qubit earlier this year in a paper they did using an error correction code called the surface code. Only a few weeks later, one of the ELK performers from Harvard published the second sub-threshold code. And so we were particularly proud that IARPA is still competing in a world, particularly where the commercial ecosystem has gotten so good as well. We're really seeing great vision and great capabilities that are being developed in the commercial world now. And I guess the other thing that I'll brag about ELK is that we're now seeing commercial partners that are actually, one of the ELK teams is a team of theorists that is just using commercial quantum hardware to do their demonstrations for ELK. And so, we always knew that day would come at some point. So in MQCO, basically we were funding people to build their own qubits out of, baling wire and duct tape. But we knew that at some point, there would be a commercial ecosystem for building these, and I think it's exciting that the commercial cloud performers are really good enough now that you can be a performer on a cutting edge research project by just using existing cloud quantum computing resources.
No, that's fantastic. And looking at all of the different architectures and approaches that can be used with this technology and looking how far it's actually gone commercially is great. And then you can also leverage the dollars behind those very large providers to accelerate the technology. Can you talk to us about how you think these breakthroughs in the quantum space might affect intelligence missions as you look to the future, and how you would operate if you have access to this type of technology?
Yeah, so I think Mac in the previous panel mentioned quantum zero day. which is the day where we think we're going to have a quantum computer powerful enough to break existing crypto systems. People always ask me when I think that's going to be, and I try to pick a date that's safely after I retire. I mean, I honestly don't know. Kind of every factor of 10 you go up in technology, I feel like you have to solve a different impossible problem. And we're still several impossible problems away from really getting to quantum zero day. And I shouldn't say impossible, it's a little flippant.
Yeah.
Very, very hard problems that great people need to think deeply about. So what IARPA tries to do is, to the greatest extent possible, stay on the cutting edge of that field and help extrapolate how far the field is moving and understanding, when is the technology going to plateau versus when is it going to leap ahead. So the other side of it is some amazing work done by the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NIST, in developing post-quantum crypto systems. Probably this audience is familiar a little bit with how hard it is to develop a good crypto system. People will publish something and then somebody finds some really obscure mathematical fact that makes the whole thing fall apart all of a sudden. And what NIST did 10 years ago, they released a number of candidate technologies that people could build post-quantum crypto systems on. And these are often based on something called lattice cryptography. And just, I think, a year ago, they then released 4 final candidates for those that, to my knowledge, have gone the better part of a year without, so these are now systems that you can take, you can download, you can implement them, you can poke at them and see where they fall apart. And I think that they've made it through a year without people saying, aha, there's this huge, thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we owe a great debt of gratitude to NIST for taking on the kind of magnitude of a problem that was required in developing these systems. And I'm not a crypto expert, and so I probably don't get to say whether I'm optimistic or not. But maybe from my position of quasi-ignorance, I'm hopeful at least that these are going to hold together well enough that we can then replace our public key crypto systems with something that won't be broken by the next quantum computer.
Yeah, and that ties exactly to where I was going to go next. Looking at some of the earlier conversations on global strategic competition and where things are, how do you feel that we fit into the quantum race in that space compared to where others are in the innovation ecosystem?
Again, I'm very optimistic of the United States technical lead. I think we have a rich ecosystem here. Quantum is often a hard field to innovate in because often you have to make microelectronic devices that are at the very limits of fabrication capabilities. And not everyone has access to the latest and greatest foundries. So it's an expensive field to innovate in. But if you look around the ecosystem now, I think you see a healthy mixture of large companies, the Googles and the IBMs, and then smaller companies that are making contributions to this field and trying out new ideas. And I think so this example that I mentioned a little while ago from Harvard that was the second sub-threshold code that someone developed. That was a technology that's based on neutral atoms, so as opposed to ions, that the entire field, myself included, thought was never going to amount for anything based on just how hard it was to load a kind of closely packed lattice of these. And someone came up with an idea of using these optical tweezer arrays to do it. Mm-hmm. And within 2 years, this was now a leading technology. And so, it's you know, there are still surprising things that happen, you know, capabilities that just develop and rapidly become state of the art.
Yeah.
And that's one of the exciting things about the quantum field.
Yeah, no, it's been great to watch, and I remember seeing that article come out. It definitely caught a lot of people off guard, but really great development to see.
I mean, you know, just to underscore it a little bit, I used to run the quantum computing program at Sandia National Labs. I had a neutral atom department under me, and I still didn't see just how fast those capabilities would move. You know, I mean, it was one of those things where you didn't see it until it was already done. And that's what's most fun about this type of technology development that InQtel, you know, that we do here in the intelligence community, that there is so much surprise.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And having talked about post-quantum cryptography, I'm going to take you down the cybersecurity path next, because this is really important when you look from a national security aspect. So what areas of cybersecurity, whether offensive or defensive, do you believe are the most ripe for innovation? And could you benefit from deeper partnerships with academia or industry in any of these areas?
Yeah, I think in general, AI is going to change cybersecurity dramatically. And I think, you know, I think there's an argument to be made for just investing in cutting edge technologies there just so you can watch them. Just so you can see what people are out trying to do. I can't remember who I stole this phrase from, but somebody said spy versus spy is going to be replaced by AI versus AI. And I think that's a good way of kind of looking at how cybersecurity is going to change. IARPA's current main program in cybersecurity is something called Rescind, which is looking at cyber psychology. And basically, the idea is if Las Vegas can use all of these cognitive biases to make you gamble longer and lose more money, can we use some of the same biases to make hackers waste time, to make them loss averse, so they, you know, keep going down paths that aren't going to yield anything, and you know, so you know, protect our systems by basically using the kind of psychological quirks of hackers against themselves.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, and the program manager, Kimberly Ferguson Walker, was really a kind of pioneer in this area, and this was another example of someone coming to us from an intelligence agency with a need identified that she really wanted to develop. But you know, that then begs the question, what happens when the hackers are AI systems? Can we identify whatever the analog of cognitive biases are for AI systems, or how do we protect against them? And I think it's exciting and scary at the same time.
Yes, I definitely agree. We're seeing AI in the commercial market being applied to some different areas as well when we think about the cyber realm. There's two big trends that we're seeing from the commercial ecosystem, where we are seeing people either using AI to be smarter in how they do their security operations centers and really amplify what a single analyst can do with the AI tools. One analyst can do the work of 100 analysts. So to your point of the AI doing the job for the analysts, how do you find the best, the alerts they need to be looking for? How do you help drive decision-making around those alerts and help them be very efficient as a workforce is just not scaling with the data that we're seeing in the available to the analysts to look at?
Yeah, I always, back when I was in academia, I always wanted to create a seminar series called My Bright Science Fiction Future, where I would take all the science fiction books I like to read and figure out what it would take to make all the technologies work in them. And there's some great AI-assisted hacking tools that come out of William Gibson and other places that are now starting to look more like science fact than science fiction.
No, it's great. And then we're seeing also, which is pretty interesting, we're seeing AI companies looking from offensive lenses. So how do you do the red teaming? How do you take advantage of different vulnerabilities built into software systems? So I think the commercial market around that is not quite proven at the moment, but we are seeing people take AI systems and do some really crazy things with them from a cyber perspective. So when we think about defending all of these systems 5 years down the road, it's going to be a completely different game than it is today.
Someone I know called it jump ball on AI, and
Yeah.
I think that's a good way to look for it. And I think I'm excited to see aggressive investment across government as well, because I think it's something government's going to need.
Yes.
Again, I think the way that, one of the ways you can protect yourself against the technical risk is just to kind of have a toe in the water of, mixing metaphors here, whatever the cutting edge is there, just so that you can understand what the latest and greatest can and can't do.
Yeah, no, I strongly agree. So, Dr. Muller, if I take a step back and I look at our audience who comes from a number of different sectors here, we all with a common theme of looking at the national security community and how we help our nation state protected. How can organizations like IQT and the others in the room really partner and align with IARPA to help accelerate innovation on behalf of the IC?
So I think, so I wanted to touch on something we saw earlier that I think is exciting. I talked about the size of the DoD ecosystem versus the IC ecosystem. And the DoD is this mythical land where there are lots of people that will develop things, and we in the IC have to really work hard to lift our technologies up. What we're seeing is a lot of private equity coming into these fields, and so there are companies like Palantir and Anduril now today that are doing things that were kind of traditionally government investments that are being leveraged in kind of dual use applications as well, and I think it makes sense that maybe as more information technology just becomes technology, that some of those dual uses around IC applications might become more prevalent in the marketplace. So I'm hopeful about that. I think the IC and IARPA need to change in the way that we bring people in to let them solve our problems. There's this really amazing capability website that DIA put out called Needopedia. And what they do is they survey all of their partners for their hardest problems. They then figure out unclassified proxies for all of those, and they put them on a website. And they solicit white papers for those. And since they're posted on a website, it satisfies some of the contracting laws about notifications for certain amounts of time, and they can then very rapidly work with companies and bring in new ideas rapidly, rather than having to go through, a kind of, year-long process where you're putting out a request for information and you're putting out a broad agency announcement and you're receiving proposals and you're evaluating them. They can then very rapidly get money out to people.
Yeah.
DARPA is another agency that's worked very, very hard at finding ways of getting those timelines down to make it possible for more people to work as partners with DARPA and the DoD.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point too, because if you can distill it down in a way that it can be accessible to a much larger audience, you get the whole force of the private sector helping solve the problems that the IC needs.
And you also enable people that, smaller companies that just may not be able to work with FAR-based contracting, and just bring in a kind of wider set of companies and capabilities.
Yeah, and that ties perfectly to our first audience question. Okay. So what strategies are you using to reduce dependencies on foreign or outsourced pieces in critical technology components? I know this has been a hot topic as we look at this, and I know this is something very important to the IC as you look at how we do tech development.
So I'm not sure we've got the ultimate answer for this. We do look closely at supply chains and try to ensure that they're local. We had a good battery program called Resilience that was looking at specific battery needs that the intelligence community has. And some of the performers there actually developed battery formulations that had all domestic supply chains to them. So we're happy when we get them. I think supply chain analysis is something that we need to do a better job of bringing in early on in our technology development, so that we don't develop technologies that require us to be beholden to trading partners that we might not want to be dependent upon.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think looking at some of the raw componentry around a lot of this, and as you're designing products, taking that into consideration at the front and at the end of the programs is also an important piece. And then this next question is a really interesting one, and I think it's key to folks who have not worked as close with IARPA. So how does IARPA collaborate with the specific intelligence agencies to align with their mission needs? In looking at all of the agencies you have to work with, this is a big contingency of input that you could be aligning against. So how do you do that kind of pairing to make sure you're really strategically aligned to serve the agencies?
Yeah, so we do a lot of outreach. So we go to their performer days. We end up talking to their directors of science and technology. And then again, we have, to the greatest extent possible, we ensure that we've got program managers that either come from IC agencies or that we can give strong ties to interesting agencies to help develop those ideas. And really, it all starts with a great idea and a kind of 200-word write-up of that. But what we want to make sure is between the time that we have that great idea and when IARPA gives the final thumbs up that you can make a program out of this, that we contact every single interested IC element and understand, well, do you have concerns about these things? Where would you need this technology to go? What are things that we want to do in the open? What are things that we don't want to do in the open? And we work through a very long list of questions to make sure that at the end of the day, we can provide those agencies with the greatest capabilities at the end of an IARPA program.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And having spent some time going through the IARPA website before today, it was also very clear from the website of looking at different focus areas. So I think from the private sector perspective, there's a good visibility into where you're looking to go that you can keep building off of. But it was very informative as you think of, I want to partner with IARPA. How do I go about doing that? It gave you a good framework. All right, our next question is looking in a slightly different direction, asking about whether or not you think there are basic scientific research areas that are critical for S&T policy moving forward that will help us with our breakthroughs needed for the IC in the future. So taking us a little bit back to the basic research, if there's anything front and center in your mind.
Well, we've already talked about quantum and AI, and those are two great examples where there are still basic questions being answered that impact how those fields evolve. So just to kind of throw out something that surprised me when the program manager came up with it, and maybe this is more applied research than basic research, but solar panels. There's huge investment going on in solar panels all over the world now. So you wouldn't think there'd be needs for new ideas in those. But of course, the intelligence community is interested in solar panels on satellites very often, right? We're interested in fueling satellites in space. And many of us are familiar with kind of the limitations that solar panels have. Kind of single junction solar panels, I think it's called the Shockley-Queisner limit, are limited to something like 28% efficiency. Just based on kind of basic semiconductor math. It's actually much lower than that in space for a surprising reason. It's because the solar panels get too hot and there's nothing to carry away the heat. So even though we think about space as being very, very cold, it's actually cooling the solar panels in those space environments that are limiting the efficiency of solar panels in space. And so we've got a program called Solstice that wants to kind of look at system solutions to putting solar panels in space in a way that kind of derives greater power density out of them.
Oh, that's fantastic. I would not have thought that was a problem, but that's very interesting.
Again, it's always the surprises that are the most fun. And but most areas, we don't we don't do National Science Foundation type investments in basic research, but almost all of the programs we run have some element of basic science in them. Whether it's the space technologies or language tools or biometric identifications or what have you.
Oh, that's great. And we got a number of quantum questions from the audience, so I'm going to pull you back to quantum for a minute. In your view, what is the biggest barrier to operationalizing quantum, and how is IARPA addressing this? So we touched on some of the recent breakthroughs, but when you look at getting this operational, is there anything that stands out in your mind?
Well, so there's still a big gap between how many quantum bits we can make today and how many we think we're going to need. And estimates are that we're going to need around 1 million qubits to do something useful, whether it's to do a pharmaceutical application or a materials application or an optimization problem. And we are now, each of these technologies is somewhere between 100 and 1,000 quantum bits right now. So we've got multiple orders of magnitude. And so the issue is it's not one technology, it's a bunch of technologies. Yeah. And I think each of those technologies is going to have different things that limit it. Again, with this probably oversimplified view that I have that every factor of 10 has another incredibly hard problem, I think every technology has a different problem at each factor of 10. So, let's say with these neutral atoms that went from 50 qubits to 1,000 qubits seemingly overnight, there might be limits to the types of optical traps that people make to build these tweezer arrays to trap all of the atoms in them. You might just get to a point where you can get to 5,000 atoms, but you can't get to 50,000 atoms. Superconductors are probably the most familiar capability, but there are problems superconductors have with cosmic rays causing excited particles that create correlated errors that make a lot of the assumptions that go into our error thresholds incorrect. So I think we don't really understand what those limiting technologies are until we confront them. I will say there's a great paper by John Martinez, who for a long time was at Google, on, I think it's called something like scaling quantum computing from hundreds to millions or something like that. And he goes through, for superconducting technology, some of the things that he thinks are going to limit it at each factor of 10. And I think it's a fun exercise to think about doing for other technologies as well, just to think, well, now you're at 10,000. What are the things that are going to be limiting that technology at 10,000? So, Martinez knows vastly more than I do about superconducting technology, but it'd be interesting to see for trapped ions, for neutral atoms, for some of these new technologies, like Psi-quantum has this photonic approach. What's going to be limiting these as we get to different scales?
Yeah, no, that's very interesting as you look at the different perspectives around it. But I agree, it's unknown at this point. Yeah. So we will continue to project after your retirement. So we'll all be correct on that. One more question from our audience about the types of performers that work with IARPA. There's a question about how much the academic industry plays in with what you do, or are you mainly working with private companies looking at the performers on your programs?
Yeah, we do a mix of everything. We've got large performers, companies like SRI. We've got, again, startup companies, people who hired employee number 2 under IARPA funding. And then traditionally, we do a lot of academic funding as well. And it just depends upon, what the problem is, and where those solutions live. But I think it's healthy to get a variety of performers on these. We're really very lucky with the people that are willing to submit to these, and would love to be able to broaden the field as much as possible.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I think I'll leave it there.
Perfect. And then I am going to end with one forward-looking question. And this
Okay.
is, I've been waiting to ask you this because I want to hear your answer. So as our adversaries are becoming more sophisticated in targeting AI systems, what emerging threats or research gaps are you most focused on addressing next at IARPA?
Well, I'm not sure I can say that we're going to address this next, but the thing that makes me most intrigued about AI is not its ability to analyze systems, but its ability to synthesize information. And very often, good ideas come from that ability to kind of look across a landscape and kind of understand not what the answers are, but what are the questions you should be answering. And I think what I'm most interested in is, how can we start developing that kind of breadth and perspective from our tools, so we're not just, saying how warm is it in Chicago today, but we're looking a little bit more broadly at, what's implied by a lot of the small signals that are going on across a very wide aperture.
I think it's fantastic. And I imagine you're going to be looking at a much more rapid evolution in the types of problems that are being presented and addressed at IARPA as the technology just keeps increasing in speed.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Dr. Muller, thank you so much for your time today. That is all of our questions, and we really appreciate your conversation and teaching us more about what you are doing in emerging threats.
Okay, thanks, Megan. I really enjoyed this.
So thank you, Megan and Dr. Muller, for finishing off. It's been a really great day of conversations as well as networking with our INSA members and guests. No INSA event would be complete without my recognizing our amazing sponsors, so bear with me. Accrete, AWS, CACI, Candace Solutions, Freedom Technology Solutions, Google for Government, and TUFO, LMI, Northeastern University, Oracle Cloud, SAIC, Salesforce, Seeker, Stealth Communications, Strongbox Cyber Solutions, and Summit Knowledge Solutions. A round of applause for them. And also, kudos to our programming team who put together today's event. Haley Hoffman, an INSA graduate student intern who's put a lot of sweat equity in today. My colleague John Doyen, Peggy O'Connor, Toya Rich, and Allie Bailey on our events team who were here late last night and got here around 5 o'clock this morning. I did not. If you all weren't here for my amazing opening remarks, there's two takeaways. Scan the QR code to park before you leave this floor if you parked in the parking garage. If not, again, I'll get a horrible Yelp rating for your parking experience today. I also wanted to encourage anybody who didn't hear about our AI workshop tomorrow morning in this room. I think you can register on site, right? Is somebody, yep, you can register on site if you want to show up here at 8 o'clock again tomorrow morning. And then please join us at Grand Cru right around the corner. We're going to be outside. The weather is cooperating. Compliments of Oracle Cloud. We will be having a networking reception. And then lastly, you'll be getting a survey. Please fill it out. Let us know what you thought of today's program and who you would like to hear from in the future and what topics. Everybody have a great afternoon and a good evening. Thanks so much.